Welcome to Warriors Abyss. I am Rogue Dubs, and we are here. We have arrived at the much anticipated updated tier list. I have not done one of these since Transcendence came out, and the first time I did this, I split them into factions. This time, we're going to do everybody in one shot here in one video. You guys will see it as one video, but you will see me probably in many different shirts over different recording days. Because runs take about an hour for this game, I'm refamiliarizing myself with all of the characters so that I can more accurately rate them for you guys. Speaking of rating, let's talk about how we are going to be determining the rankings of these characters, right? So there's going to be 4 criteria. The first one is their traits, right? Obviously, I mean, this is the thing that sets up the character's build. It is what makes them great or makes them not great, right? That's going to be the first thing. Second will be, as you would expect, the move set, which will include X attacks, divergent attacks in the case of Samurai Warriors, Muso attacks, assemble finishers, anything to do with that, right? One thing to mention here, so when I first started Fall Dynasty Warriors, I always thought if you pressed XXY, that was your charge 2 attack. That's not how that works. So when you press Y once, that is your charge 1. So XXY is your charge 3, technically. For simplicity's sake, I'm going to apply that to Samurai Warriors characters as well, even though that's not really how they work because they have hyper attacks. Just for simplicity's sake, I'm going to call all charge attacks on that order in terms of one ahead of the number of X buttons you press. Okay, just to keep things simple. Don't mean to make that complicated. Just want to get that out of the way in case I talk about move sets for Samurai Warrior characters later down the line. The next thing we will be rating the characters on is their possessions, obviously, notably their emblems, the actual word ones, right? Some of them will have starting emblems that will affect their build with things like Mature Yukimura Sanada, now Zhang Liao as well. There are some characters that give bonuses based on your starting emblems, but mostly we're looking at things like we see here: Wave, Wei, Brave General, Commander. How easily you can build the character, build up their power level, and how relevant those emblems are to unique tactics that are available in the game and that are easy to apply to the character, right? And then the last thing is just sort of the X factor of my opinion of the characters, right? And that's an important thing to remember. These are my opinions, obviously. So that's what the comment section is for. If you guys don't agree with the placement of somebody, please get down there. Let me know what you think in the comments of any rankings that you see, and I would love to talk to you. Let's look at the actual rankings because I have 2 unique ones. So we have S, A, B, C, D, pretty typical for tier lists. But then we have Gods, which is above S tier. You're probably thinking of some people that are going to fit in there right now. And then the Guardian of Peace tier is my replacement for F tier, meaning that to use this character, you're going to need to activate Zilliwan with Guardian of Peace for them to work on Traversal 6, because we are ranking these in relation to how well they clear Traversal 6. At this point, most people are playing the game on now with how powerful everyone is, I would say. People that know the game, that is. I mean, 5 is still, if you're starting out, play on Traversal 5, for sure, without question. Let's talk about what we're not going to cover in relation to rankings of the characters, their unique tactics as a or their summon skills as a summon. That does not play into this at all. I'm also not including any kind of companion building synergy, right? If I was going to try to get all the companions to level 3, it would be Christmas before this video was out, right? Because I still have a full-time job. I'm not going to be able to evaluate every companion at level 3 in relation to this build. For builds of the characters, it's just not feasible. Only talking about them as a character, playing as them, and how easy you can build with them with their possessions. That, I think, is enough out of the way. Let's start with the way characters here. Just going to do a quick overview of each faction before we start. With Wei, this is one of the strongest, if not probably the strongest faction in the game, top to bottom. Their average power level is very, very high. They have tons of tools of disposal, with Jahadun granting barrier damage, Cao Cao granting attack and barrier damage, Zhang Liao with Brave Generals, which most of them are. And then they have a lot of ice synergy, right? Now they have Yu Jin, who has a penetrating blade, an ice penetrating blade, with Yue Jin buffing ice barrier damage and Cao Pi buffing ice element, right? So they have a cohesion of the strongest summon skills that they have, for the most part, are ice, and then they have ice related things that help them as well. All that to say, Wei is very strong. You can expect a lot of high ratings to start with here, looking at Wei. But let's not waste any more time. Let's talk about one of my favorite characters personally, and that is Jahadun. Looking at his traits here, this is the original version of Jahadun. We have Veteran General of Wei, increase attack by 8% for every Wei emblem, charges Muso when you inflict wound on enemies, cut 2 seconds from summon cooldown timer when you inflict wound, increase attack speed by 20% when hit by an enemy. Looking at his attack actions, his X attack is his charge 3, the one that I use the most, and charge 1. They're both incredibly strong. His charge 6 is incredible. His Muso is very easy to use. And then we've got Vigor Slay, so no help there from other characters for emblems, but he has Wei, Brave General, which is really all you need in this setup. You can get attack buffing from Zhang Liao, from Cao Cao, Ujiasu Hojo, status infliction with Zun Yu. You have pretty much everything at your disposal except for barrier damage, but you make up for that with Ujiasu Hojo. He is one of my favorite characters, an elegant moveset, a powerful moveset. He can really do anything. He's going in S tier for me. As I said, this is a character that has a very elegant, powerful moveset. His charge attacks are excellent. His Muso attack is easy to use and very strong. He is the quintessential kind of new player character to use. The Podeo moveset is very user friendly, and it's very strong. So I don't have any issues using him. I find him to be incredibly powerful. He's my guy. We're putting him in S tier. Moving over to Jahadun alternate costume, we have increase attack and attack against enemy barriers by 6% for every Wei emblem, increase attack by 40% toward level boss enemies, replenish 3% of your health when you destroy projectiles, and then the same thing here. Well, the weapon's the same. Attack speed by 10% for 20 seconds when hit by an enemy. His actions are the same, obviously. Possessions, little change here. He gets skill. So that enables him to get the mature Yukimura Sanada, Japan's greatest warrior. Access, huge change, and he's going, as you might expect, in S tier above original version when you're using him, right? I think as a summon, just as an aside, I kind of prefer having Jahadun's original costume on just because the barrier damage is easier to get. Jahadun alternate version, you can use it with anyone, the barrier damage, I'm pretty sure, but I just prefer using Wei, having Jahadun original costume on. So, not spend too much time on alternate costume because it's very similar with that addition of the skill. And then also, these player hero traits are much better, obviously. I mean, they are better. It's attack and attack against barriers and 40% attack over other boss enemies. That's what all you can ask for, right? So S tier for our guy, alternate costume Shahadun. So original costume South South. Increase attack by 7% for every Way emblem. Makes it more likely for heroes with Way emblem to appear at crystal saplings. Increases defense by 7% for every Way emblem. Increase attack by 30% for charge attacks towards enemy barriers. We have our first example of a unique action. He summons clones with charge attack and then use charge attack 1 while clone is on the field to make it the clone unleash additional attacks, which is pretty cool. You get that X attack off of X attacks being charge 1 and charge 4. They're pretty cool. His Muso is also great. His emblems are awesome. Wisdom. So we have access to Matriarch Sanada, buff, charm, ice, with Way, ruler, talent, and commander. So obviously with Way, we have access to all the barrier damage. He cannot get his own attack buff, so that's one downside. But talent, he can get barrier damage from technically from Peng Tong. Ruler, barrier damage from Sun Ce, technically. So still a very powerful set of emblems here. And his traits really is the thing that stands out. He's a very fun character to use. This is the ultimate kind of beginner character for me. He's very good for new players. I'm putting him at S, and I'm putting him ahead of the Jahaduns because of his ease of use for new players and old players. I mean, he's just got all kinds of synergies, everything you would want synergy wise with an officer in Warriors Abyss. That's your alternate costume, Cao Cao. Increase attack by 5% for every unique tactic, active unique tactic. Increase attack by 3% for every Brave General, and 4% for every King's Shield emblem. And then the weapon, which actually did change, makes it more likely for brightly shining crystal saplings to appear in the first phase of every level, and increased defense by 5% for the talent emblem and by 7% for every strategist emblem. Moveset does not change, of course. His possessions, a little bit better. No real changes to the word ones. Seals, I think we call those. And then instead of ice, we get skill, which is pretty powerful. It's nice to have some skill to start out with. Doesn't really change his access to any emblems, any unique tactics. Still has access to Matriarch Sanada, but if you hadn't guessed, this is a very powerful set. You get tons of stats. All of his traits relate to buffing his stats, and they're not hard to activate, right? You're looking for Brave Generals. You're going to get a ton of talent. You're going to get a ton of strategists going in Way because they have a lot of strategists, as you'll see. And then the attack by 5% for every unique tactic. You're going to do that. Attack by 3% for every Brave General. It's all good. We're going to put him above regular costume South South in S. I know this is starting out like I'm going to put everybody in S, but believe me, this is just the power level of Jahadun and South South specifically. They are incredibly strong characters, and their traits are some of the best in the game, just in terms of their simplicity and the fact that they give you so many great stats. So they're not all going to be an S. Just to let you know. Jaho Yuan is next. His traits here, he replenishes 3% of your health when you defeat one Sin Spear enemy. Increase attack by 30% for level boss enemies. Increase attack by 50% for enemies with freeze. Increase attack by 300% towards Sin Spear enemies. His unique actions, his charge 1 is kind of cool. He fires a ton of arrows, like in a huge volley in an area. Does great damage in phases and can trap bosses pretty well. Skill, huge deal. We have access to Matriarch Sanada. I'm going to say that a lot. Sorry. Master Archer has 0 support pretty much in the game. It's not relevant, but Wei, Brave General, same deal we've been talking about already. He has a lot of access to stuff like that. Here's the thing, okay? The level boss enemies, the attack enemies with freeze, it seems like Xiahou Yuan is going to be very strong with those traits. His range, his range, his range, his range. That is the issue with Xiahou Yuan. It's ironic because he has a bow, but his bow is like attached to a club. I don't really remember how it works exactly, but his range is just too much of an issue. We're putting him in C tier. He just has too much of a problem getting to the bosses and hitting them in time for their gold attacks. You end up out of position a lot of the time. His traits are just not that strong. Sorry to say. He belongs in C tier. His moveset is kind of blah as well. He stands still a whole lot. Not too bad, but enough to make him kind of a snoozy character. Unfortunately, I hate to say that, but it is what it is. He's in C. Moving on to a very interesting one here, Dian Wei. He increases defense by 300% when health is below 50%. He increases attack by 70% when hit by for 40 seconds when hit by an enemy. He gets 100% attack when health is below 50%. Invulnerability for 3 seconds after being hit by an enemy. So he's obviously, with this, we're talking big time turtle mode, right? You want to take some damage, get down below 50% HP, rely on that massive defense, that big attack buff, and just go to town, right? Get hit and keep on swinging, right? So his actions here, he buffs himself with his charge 1, which is really cool. His moveset's fun. It's not as good as it used to be. He kind of had a bit of a glow down. I don't know how to say it, but I used to love this guy, and they've kind of not done him justice, in my opinion, in the later games. He's got strength and flame. Strength gives him access to the buff for Munashige Tachibana, unique tactic. Of course, you got Wei, Brave General. With Might, you have access to Rachel, who gives 100% attack bonus to Might characters. King Shield gives you access to Toyohisa Shimazu's barrier damage buff, which is pretty big. So he's got a great set of seals, great set of emblems. One thing that you can think about, there's so many ways to build craft with this guy, but say you had him below 50% health and you had Zhang Zhao Origins active, unique tactic, you'd be invincible during a symbol. Say you had tons of charm, you charged a symbol very quickly, you could enter a symbol below 50% health and be invincible, so you're not worried about the getting hit aspect of things, right? So there's a lot of ways to build Dian Wei. His moveset combined with kind of the awkward feeling for me is going to put him in B. He just isn't as fun a character as he used to be. He's just not, for me, not as satisfying as I would like. He's kind of a disappointing character in the cast for me. I know that's not everyone's opinion of him, but I just think he could be so much better in terms of how his moveset feels. So my opinion is B. Zhu Chu is next. This is a very interesting character. So he gets in strength bonus, but 50% strength emblems, and then increase attack by 3% for every strength emblem. You get 15% attack for every might emblem, and then you increase your max health by 10% for every 5 levels, which is nuts, okay? His charge attacks, as soon as you get 8 skill with his charge 1, where he rolls like a bowling ball, it's over. He's invincible during it. In the phases, no one can touch you. This is the ultimate Depths of Torment character. If you wanted to use a character for Depths of Torment, grab Zhu Chu, get Kampaito, get Meat Buns to heal yourself at the start of phases, do a Traversal 6 run, and go to town. Because this guy is a monster. His health pool gets massive. He's capable of having the largest stats of anyone in the game. Strength, as we talked about, access to Nishige, Might, access to Rachel, King Shield. Same thing with Dian Wei, right? So this is a situation where he has the same more or less things going on with his moveset, or with his kit, but he just gets so much more attack, and his moveset is more fun, and he gets so many more stats. Zuchu is an A tier character for me. Um, doesn't quite reach into that S tier just because it's still kind of awkward. Like getting the 8 skill is kind of awkward. Now, of course, I said I wouldn't discuss companions, but just put on Lubu Origin Companion and just win. Like don't. But we're not talking about companions build wise. But that's the reason he's an A. He might be an S if you did that, but huge stats, just not as fun for me as Sao Sao Jahadun. So we're keeping him an A. Sao Ren, Turtle Man. Um, Traits: increase attack and defense by 6% for every Wei emblem. Increase defense by 100% for 20 seconds when you are hit by an enemy. Increase total strength emblems by 70%. Bestows you with invulnerability for 3 seconds when you're hit by an enemy. Tons of defense, obviously, as you would expect. Attack actions, unique actions. Use charge attack 1 to create an empowering zone in which another charge attack will dispel the zone and launch enemies away. Interesting. Not something I use too often, but it's kind of cool. In phases, obviously, it's great. Doesn't really apply to bosses that much. His charge attacks are fine. Nothing to write home about. His Muso is fine. It's not that great. Wei Commander King Shield, kind of a bleh set of emblems. Strength, as we discussed, gives us Munashige. This character is not super fun to use. It's a little bit boring, honestly. He's not my favorite. Has never been my favorite. But we are going to put him in C. I think I'm going to put him above Xiao Yuan just because I mean you're not going to die. Like you're probably going to clear whatever you're trying to do. It's just not going to be too fun, and you might have to get lucky a little bit with the way stuff that you find. It's just not my ideal move, my ideal play style. And this is what I have to talk about, like that fourth factor of my opinion. It has a pretty big impact on where these rankings are. Just straight up, it just does, right? I mean, it is what it is. What can I say? So I'm putting Sao Ren in the D tier, C tier. I'm putting Sao Ren in the C tier. Another one of my favorite characters here, Zhang Liao. His traits: increase attack by 6% for every Brave General emblem. Huge. Increase attack by 50% for 20 seconds after every 100 enemies defeated. Deals extra bolt damage to enemies who've been knocked into the air. Increase attack by 50% for charge attack toward enemy barriers. Now we're talking. His actions, unique actions are incredible. Once you get the 8 skill and have X attack, his charge 1 gives him increased attack speed, increased attack damage, and all of his attacks at that point will launch people. His charge 2, when it's active, is incredibly powerful. It launches you around the battlefield, doing huge damage. Great possessions, skill, speed, and bolt. We've got Lubu Army, Dongjua Army, giving us access to Lu Linchi's buff, giving us access to Brave Generals here. He's one of the 5-way elite, which doesn't really matter, but it's interesting, I guess. This is an awesome character. He's one of my favorites. His moveset is very powerful. His Muso is one of the best Musos in the game as well. He is going to be S tier, and I'm going to put him over Jahadun just because his moveset is a little bit stronger, and his Muso is also a little bit stronger. Let's go right into Zhang Liao, alternate costume. He gets barrier damage by 4% for attack with Brave General emblems, similar to how Jahadun works, where it's a little bit less, but it's also barrier damage. Attack by 200 increase attack by 70% for enemies with shock. Charges Muso by 200% when you level up. Who cares? Increase that by 50% for 15 seconds when you interrupt an enemy's telegraphed attack. Another kind of who cares. So his seals change from giving you bolt to giving you vigor. which is cool. I mean, it's fine. It doesn't make a big difference, honestly. Vigor being one of the weaker emblems in the game, if you know my feeling about it. But everything else is the same. I honestly think I'm going to put alternate costume Zhang Liao just behind regular, original costume Zhang Liao, just because I don't think it's too much stronger. Okay, Zhu Huang, awkward character. Increase attack by 50% while health is above 80%. Replenishes health by 1% for every 50 enemies defeated. Increase attack and defense by 50% for 45 seconds when you acquire a peach. Increase attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds after evading. His unique actions are fine. His X attacks are fine. His moveset is okay. It's not the greatest. His Muso is okay, not the greatest. Uh, his symbols are fine. We have Vigor and Slay. It's actually pretty bad. Wei and Brave General. Zhu Huang, they took out his axe, making people stick to it, which was kind of the strength of him as a character, in my opinion, from the previous Dynasty Warriors games. And he's just slow, man. He's slow. I'll put him at the top of C over Sal Ren. He's just slow. It's not like a big deal, but he is just too slow. Still an okay character. You can still get some good mileage out of him, but he's one of those that you'll start playing with him and be like, wow, this guy's pretty cool. And then you'll get you'll have any kind of problem and you'll realize he's not very good because he's dependent on having a ton of health, right? So if you get into any kind of trouble, you're out of it, right? I mean, it's not good. His traits are bad. Some of the worst traits we've seen so far uh, belongs in C because of the strength of his moveset is good enough to keep him in C. On to Zhang He. This is an interesting one. Increase attack by 9% for every Grace emblem. Grace is a massive deal for me in Warriors Abyss. You on Versus 6 especially, I'm looking for Grace all the time to get access to Okuni's unique tactic, as you all know. That's how I recommend anyone trying to beat Universal 6 for the first time beats it. So you have consistent healing. So I'm always looking for Grace. There are a lot of great characters also that have Grace, especially now with Yuan Shao's alternate costume giving Penetrating Blade, pretty huge. And then replenishing health on level up by 20%. So you're just negating the worst downside of Traversal 6, right? Just don't even worry about it. Increase the symbol charge, gauge charge by 50% for 30 seconds after every 1,000 consecutive hits. This is incredible. This is awesome. Getting a symbol charge is great on any traits. Anywhere you can get a symbol charge is worth having because if you know how I feel about the game is dependent on how fast can you get a symbol charged, how many times can you access it, because that's where you're going to do your damage to the big bosses. That's how you're going to clear the game, in my opinion. All right. And the other weapon trait, increase experience acquired by 100% when enemies are defeated with Muso attacks. This is an incredible trait. The higher your level gets, the higher your base stats, which contributes to your ability to clear the boss, right? The better stats you have going into the boss, the better you're going to do. So I love that trait. His actions are cool. I mean, his X attacks are good. He has great movement. He zips around, flies through the air. You can, if you get really good with him, you can really like avoid attacks with his attacks, which is really fun. And when you start pulling it off, it feels really good. Speed and charm, not the no, speed and ice, not the best uh, possessions here. We don't get any bonuses from having speed and ice from other unique tactics, but we do have Wei and Brave General combo, so that's interesting. And then also Grace is pretty cool, I guess, because it gives him that starting 9% bonus attack. So this guy is way better than you might think he is, and his traits are excellent. He is going in A. I'm putting him behind Zuchu just because of Zuchu being. I think Zuchu might be at the top of A for a while in this video. But Zhang He definitely deserving of A status. Looking at Yue Jin, increase attack speed by 10% for 30 seconds after every 1,000 consecutive hits. Who cares? Replenishes health by 10% starting battling phase. That's all right. Increase Muso gauge charge by 10% for every way emblem. Who cares? Cuts 2 seconds from the summoning cooldown timer when you inflict freeze on enemies. That's okay. The issue with that trait, cutting the seconds from the summon cooldown timer, you're thinking like, oh, if I just inflict a ton of freeze, I'll have 3 cooldowns. That's not how it works. It's on its own cooldown. So you'll get 2 seconds off from one attack, and it's kind of a delay, and then you'll get another 2 seconds off, right? So it doesn't work the way you're thinking, where if you inflict a ton of freeze, you just have infinite summons. That's not how they have worded it. That's not how they've coded it, if you will. His unique actions are cool. They're fine. They're not anything to write home about. It's kind of awkward to hit people with him. He doesn't really have a lot of wide ranging attacks, in my opinion. Skill, we have access to MYS there, and then just way and Brave General with speed. So nothing too major in his emblems that jumps out at you per se. Yue Jin, I think could easily be a lot better. He's just he's just not. I mean, he's cool. I'll put him at the top of B because at least he's got good movement in his move set, which is kind of the issue with some other people. It's just not what you're hoping for from this character. I wish he was better. I truly do. Zune Yu. All right. Before this video, I did a training haul with Zune Yu off camera. This dude absolutely shreds. Shreds. His traits are cool. Muso gauge charge by 10% for way emblem. That's kind of whatever. But he gets 50% bonus ice emblems. And ice right now, I didn't really talk about this yet, but with Zillawan being in the game, because Zillawan's Earth Blast summon skill is ice. So getting bonus ice is now has a huge premium on it because you can use Zillawan, get 10 skill, and then you're rolling. You are rolling. Okay. I love this trait. Makes me looking for heroes with way emblems to appear at Crystal Saplings. One of my favorite things in the game. It just makes it so easy to build, to get your synergies going, get Jin involved with bonus range, find your barrier damage from Jahadun, find your ice barrier damage, find your ice attribute bonus with Salpi, and just go off and find Zillawan because Zillawan will have way because you're way. So Zillawan is more likely to appear. It's nuts. It's nuts. And then we once again see increased experience by 100%. Enemies are defeated with Muso attacks. I did the training hall where you have strength and treasure, and I got Rentajarai Wood, however you say that, and it increased my experience gain by 50%. So I hit level 50 before Goma with this because I was just focusing on his Muso attacks. But the real cool thing about Zune Yu is this unique action. Place weapons with charge attacks 2 to 6. So any of the ones from 2 to 6, he places down his weapons, which creates a formation of 3 or more, a zone that launches enemies away when you just press Y once. It makes a little bomb, a little mine. And you're seeing that, you're thinking, that seems kind of unwieldy. It's not. He throws them out there. The zones can be massive. I made one that was like the entirety of the map that goes from the courtyard into that little like red area with the pagodas or whatever in the final area, and it stretched all the way from those two parts of the map. It was nuts. So you can make them as big as you want, and then you just press Y once, and it blows everybody up. It's super cool, really easy to use, very fun. And his charge attack 3 hits like a truck. It's very strong. He makes these 2 giant bolt prongs that go out like this. He's crazy. He's got wisdom. So if you can find MYS, you have access to the 120% bonus from Japan's Greatest Warrior. Also has strategist, so you can get the bonus attack from Zushu if you so choose, but you probably don't need it. You're going to have so many other things that synergize with this guy. He's really great, man. You probably have seen this coming from the way I'm talking about him. But we're putting Zunyu in S, and we're gonna put him up here, man. We're putting him right behind South South. This guy is you're sleeping on Zunyu. I promise you, if you're watching this video, you are sleeping on Zunyu. Go use this dude. He is shredding it in Warriors Abyss right now. Crazy strong with Zillawan. All right, normal costume, Guoja. Charges Muso gauge and the symbol gauge by 20% when you acquire Peaches. Okay. Shorten summon cooldown for all heroes with 20% when health is above 80%. That's pretty awesome. Increase Muso charge by 10% for Way Emblem. Who cares? Increases total wisdoms by 50%. Fine. If you are wondering why I keep saying who cares for Muso charging, I'm of the opinion that you charge Muso so fast in this game, like especially if you have any kind of like if you have Okuni or Zillawan or any April Showers summon skill, you're charging your Muso instantly. It does like the Muso charging doesn't matter, and also you're not going to Muso. You're not going to use your Muso during the bosses. At least I don't. Like the Muso does nothing to bosses. I'm going to try to do like an Uber Muso build someday, but I don't think it does anything. It just doesn't. The bombs now don't do as much damage. Like the big bomb at the end of the a symbol doesn't do much damage. So I highly devalue Muso charging, and some people have it, but it's kind of whatever. Guoja is cool though, and it's because of his unique action. Summon a sphere with charge attack 1 to 3, release it with charge attack 4 to 6, a dash attack, or an EX attack. The cool thing about this is you can just press Y. You just press Y, get a bunch of those orbs, and then fire them with charge attack 4 to 6. It's really cool. His moveset is awesome. It's really fun. He's honestly one of the more fun characters to use in Way and in the game. Straight up, he's really cool. He's got speed and wisdom, so access to NYS. Gonna keep saying it. Strategist for Zushu, talent with Peng Tong there. Talent also has some other synergies. You can also technically buff yourself with the buff from Wang Yuanji, but it's not super strong. Overall, Guoja's traits are not excellent, but his moveset is very fun. I'm gonna put him at the bottom of A because his moveset's fun. It really is. It's a fun moveset. Let's take a look at alternate mode Guoja. All right, so other mode Guoja, really interesting traits. One of the more interesting ones. Increase total wisdoms by 30% each time King Cauldrons appear. And when they say appear, they mean you have to go to them. You can't just, oh, there's one, I see one. 30% bonus emblems. That's not how it works. And then increase total speed emblems by 30% each time a peach tree appear, max 90%. So this is something that I would say is good in Origins mode because there's the possibility that you go to the King Cauldron events, Origins events, the Peachtree events, like Yuan Shao or the Zhang Jiao one where he gives you a revival, the Liu Bei one where he gives you Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu at the same at that one Peachtree. But normally, this is just not that great because Wisdom emblems just don't. They just don't. They're not that important for me. I really don't think Wisdom is very good, and speed as well. I mean, it's fine. I'm a big fan of getting to 10 speed if you can to reduce your evasion cooldown. But as long as you hit 6 speed and you get that speed buff, that's really all you need for most characters. It's not that powerful. Now, this is interesting though. His weapon changes where he guarantees that enemies defeated during a symbol will drop Tears of Blood. And he gets a symbol gauge charge by 12% for every Way emblems. So those are so good that it discounts whatever I said before. I don't even know if these change. I think they're the exact same with speed and wisdom. I think in fact they are. We're gonna put Guoja higher up in A, but not above Zhang He. We'll just put him above his own self. How about that? Because his traits are so good. But I'm not willing to go S with him, just because his other traits are like, they're fine, and his possessions are not too great either. So we'll stick with A for Guoja. Okay, we have arrived at Joshua. Increase attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds when you one hit kill an enemy. Got to be one of the worst traits in the video game. Charges Muso when you inflict wound on enemies. Say it with me, who cares? Increase total wisdom emblems by 50%. Not a big deal. Increase amount of tears of blood acquired by 50%. It's okay. That's fine. Whatever. It's cool to have more tears of blood, but you're kind of like, for me, I go to King Cauldrons pretty rarely, especially now we get a guaranteed one at the end after the warrior bosses. If I get a good treasure out, a good formation out of a treasure chest, or one that even does anything aside from the default one, I may not go to a King Cauldron at all before the final area. I just don't value it too much. His moveset is terrible. It's horrific. It's one of the worst movesets in the entire game. He stands still in every single move he does. He does not move at all. Most of his attacks are about like wrapping up one small enemy with his little chain blade. Like, he has like this blade on a chain. You'd think they would do something to make him run with it and swing it around, but he literally just stands there. His range is terrible. His Muso is pretty bad. It's a pretty bad Muso attack. He does have wisdom, so I technically access to MYS, but Way strategist, it is what it is. Strategist has Zushu, but you're probably not going to use that. Just absolutely hated using this guy. When I used him again to refamiliar stuff, I was stunned at how lackluster he felt, at how inept he felt to use. This is our first Guardian of Peace tier character. Um, I don't see any value at all to his traits, his move set, anything about him. I think he's a bad character. So I'm putting him in the lowest tier I've got available to me. What can I say? Okay, we are here at Salpy. Increase assemble gauge charge by 10% for every way emblem. Crazy. Increase attack by 5% for every way emblem. Nuts. Makes more likely for heroes with way emblem to appear at crystal saplings. Absolutely insane. Increase total ice emblems acquired by 50%. Outrageous. One of, if not the best set of traits we have seen so far. It's close. I think this is the strongest trait collection of anyone that we've seen so far, and one of the strongest in the entire game. His moveset is cool. It's pretty good. It's got decent movement. His Muso is pretty strong as well. He's a cool character, man. He really is. He's pretty fun. He's got skill and ice with Way, Ruler, and Torchbearer. So Torchbearer, you can use Sumashe for more damage there. But like I said, you're probably going to use just all Way people anyway, right? The downside of having Salpy is that you can't use Salpy for your ice damage, right? You can't buff your own ice damage with it. Salpy, by the strength of his traits alone, because I think his moveset is a little bit less fun than the other people up here, but he's got to be an S. I mean, those set of traits with how strong ice is now. I also have forgotten many times that Mitsunari Ishida now does bonus damage to enemies inflicted by freeze. So putting that here towards the end of the video, but of the way section, that is not the video, the way section. Mitsunari Ishida as well is a very important and very cool thing to have in your toolbox for the ice element. So Genji is next, and I'm telling you right now, I did a Genji run in the training hall before this video as well. It's my last one I had to do to familiarize myself with the faction. She's great. She really is, man. Muso charge by 10% for grace emblems. Normally, I'm like, who cares about Muso? Genji's Muso is insane. It covers the entire screen. It lasts super long. It has very long active frames. It's awesome. It's really, really good. Muso, when you inflict disorient, is pretty throwaway, but it does not matter because she has increase total charm emblems by 50%. Charm, as you guys know, have been around here on the channel. My opinion is the more charm you have, the better chance you have to win. Period. Straight up. Um, gets you to rally, gets you to symbol charging, reducing summon cooldown, all that stuff. She is crazy because she has this. And then we have our favorite thing here. I talked about how great her Muso is, and then she also gains experience when defeated enemies with Muso attacks, bonus experience. It's a wrap. She's awesome. She really is awesome. Her Muso, her XX Accrual 2, her charge 1, that one buffs her attack speed, and it does a little aura that kind of knocks people back as well. She has a really nice slide on her charge 4 to get her out of trouble, and it's also pretty strong. But straight up, when you're using Genji, you're going to be musoing the entire time. The entire time. Possessions way is really all that matters here for building with charm. So she starts out with some charm and wind, not relevant, but she's cool. She's really, really good, and she's very safe to use. She belongs in A. I'm putting her at the top of A. That's how powerful bonus charm is. She's going to go in A at the top of A just because of that. I'm not putting her above A because of the disorient shenanigans, and also she still lacks range. That's an issue she has, but it's fully mitigated by how powerful her Muso is and that bonus charm. What can I say? It's completely charmed me. Wow. Okay. All right, Wang Yi. Charge is a symbol when you inflict freeze on enemies. Awesome. Increase attack for charge attack by 5% every time you clear a phase. Max 100%. That's really good. It's obviously stronger for original mode because there are more phases than origin mode, but still really good. Increase attack by 50% for enemies with freeze. Awesome. Charges Muso by 3% and destroying projectiles. Also very cool. Her X attacks and her move set is cool. It lacks a little bit of range, unfortunately. Her Muso is really cool. It's really fun, but she just lacks a little bit too much on the range side of things. She does have Flower of War, which has a ton of support now, like a crazy amount of support. So you've got Naotora E, you've got Munishige Tachibana, and Kai, and Sophie that are all options to buff Flower of War. It's an incredible emblem now, very very strong. I love Wang Yi. She's super fun. I gotta put her in B just because of the range issue. That's all it is. It's just the range issue. She's at the top of B. Her traits are obviously incredible. I really like her. I was hoping to like her more, candidly, when I played with her again recently. I think she's great. I like her a lot. I just can't put her above B for right now. Okay, Yu Jin. Increase attack against enemy barriers by 5% for each strength emblem. Pretty awesome. Cut 2 seconds from summon cooldown timer when you freeze enemies. Okay. Increase attack range for the player, hero, and summon skills. That's great. And then we get an attack and defense by 12% for every 5-way elite emblem, which you'll probably invest into. It's not hard to do. So you'll get that maximum bonus of 60%. His unique action is really awesome. The charge 1 applies a random attribute to modify the effect of charge attacks. So he applies either bolt, ice, or flame. And then each of his charge attacks has a corresponding element that causes like a massive explosion of that element in the area. It's super cool. He's got skill, which means he has access to MYS, as you know. Strength, having access to Munishige Tachibana. Brave General, great ad there. Eugen is strong. He's very strong. He's going to go in S. He's going to go right above Sao P. One thing I wanted to do before I close the faction, I am going to do a little bit of rebalancing here, and I'm not going to, sugarcoat this. I've been looking at this for a while here. I think we got to do this. Just got to. He's just not very fun, man. He's just not. It's not fun to use. His range is bad. I'm gonna do that too. Sorry, the range is just too bad. Like I use these three in the same stream, and these two guys, it felt so bad using them. I'm also gonna do this. Guoja's traits are just not that good. They're the original form Guoja. They're just not that good. This Guoja has symbol charging, so we'll leave him an A. But I think I like that a little bit better. But as you can see, obviously, Wei is starting out strong. I mean, this is going to be a tough act to follow with this many S tiers, but I think that it's deserved. And the thing with this game too is like a lot of the characters should feel really strong. Like it may seem like I have too many in S, but that's what the game's about. The game is about having super strong characters, right? So that closes out Wei. Let's move on to Wu. Before we cover Wu, guys, wanted to jump in here for a moment. This is editing dubs. I forgot to do this during the video, but please, if you have not yet and you made it this far into the video, take a look. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. I reached 500 subscribers while doing this project. That's how long it's taken me. I'm on my road to 1,000 subscribers, and then the next milestone. Been loving all the support from you guys. You guys are the best. Make sure you've liked this video as well so it gets seen by more people. This is going to be a massive project for me, one of the largest ones I've ever done on the channel. I'd love to do more, and in the future maybe make things a little bit easier for myself. Right now it's just me out here. I'm the one recording and editing and all that. Most people have editors and stuff. I'm not at that level, obviously. Just me out here. Also in the comment section, sound off. That's this is for. Tell me I'm wrong. Like tell me I'm wrong. Tell me something you thought was cool. Anything you want to say. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Enjoy Wu and the rest. All right, see ya. We are on to Wu. Wanted to give some quick overview notes of the faction itself with Wu. Wu is top to bottom probably going to be one of the stronger factions we see for the tier list here. Some incredibly strong characters with very powerful move sets, very fun move sets. And as a whole, Wu has obviously a ton of focus on fire. Now with the SSX new unique tactic coupled with the Huang Gai unique tactic, it's an insane combo that will shred through people with burn. With Young Yuki as well being available now, you can really go off with your builds with fire. The main tension point with Wu revolves around Sun Jian. So Sun Jian, if he's not in his alternate form, has flame penetrating blade, which is quite strong. Obviously, one of the strong. This penetrating blade is one of the strongest summon skills in the game. It was the strongest. It's now been supplanted by Earth Blast and Earth Obliteration. I think it's a little bit better too. So, but if you have his original form on, his unique tactic is not too great. It's okay. It's strong. It's just not helpful for bosses. But his alternate form has an incredible unique tactic, but his summon skill becomes Rule of Destruction Slay. So you lose all of the flame, power there, and then there's no other flame penetrating blade character. The flame cleaving blade is Guan Yu. You do have Zhou Yu with Earth Obliteration Flame, which is awesome. SSX you're likely to use, but she has Earth Obliteration Wind. There's a little bit of tension there as far as which elements their strongest summon skill has, but this faction has got it all. They've got bear damage with Sun Ce. They've got attribute attack with alternate form Zhou Yu, status infliction with Lu Xun. They have got summon skill cooldown reduction with Lu Mong and Sun Xuan. If you have those two in your party and 12 charm, you have unlimited summons with Wu characters. They've got the Slay attribute with Gan Ning, which is pretty crazy and can work. They've really got it all going for them. It's a little bit of identity crisis with Sun Jian. That's kind of the only thing about them that holds them back a little bit from being, I would say, as strong as Wei is now with Yu Jin having the ice penetrating blade. But before we start, just wanted to say, if you thought there's a lot of S tiers in Wei, there's a lot in Wu too. and I wanted to speak on this a little bit here. If there is a character that relatively easily clears the content, the hardest content in the game, they should be S tier, in my opinion. It's like if everything is working, or most enough of their kit is working towards clearing the hardest content in the game, they should be S tier. And if they're fun to play, which a lot of these people are, they're just fun to play, then they should be S. That's just how I feel. So wanted to get that out of the way because I feel like there could be some discussion about how many S tiers I have. I'm not being particularly, stingy about it. I'm picking people that I like, putting them in S, for their traits, but we're going to talk about why they're in S too. Hopefully that all connects for everyone. So let's get right to it. Talked enough here about the faction itself. We're going to discuss Zhou Yu. Looking at the traits here, we get increased attack by 8% for every Wu emblem. We get normal attacks with flame while health below 90%. Charging Muso when you inflict burn on enemies. Increase attack by 30% toward level boss enemies. He has got Wu, Strategist, and Grace. Grace being very helpful. He's just a very helpful character to find. His seals here do not super help, or when you're using him, really only Wu helps. Strategist has Zushu giving attack, which you're not going to use. But having said that, Zhou Yu is one of my guys. He's one of my favorite characters in the game. I'm putting him in S, just above Sao P here. It's all about the strength of his moveset, okay? His X attacks are absurd with those giant fireballs that he calls down. You want to talk about being able to charge a symbol quickly and do tons of damage to bosses from how long the effect lasts. You've also got his charge 3, where he has tons of great movement. His charge 5 has massive area damage. Just a very fun character to use. And I think he's incredibly strong on the strength of his moveset alone. His traits on his default skin are fine. They're not excellent, but they're pretty good. So we're putting him towards the back end of S for that reason. And his seals aren't too great. His Muso is a little underwhelming, but it still gets the job done. It's not like it's bad. It's just not as strong as other ones that we'll see later. But let's go ahead and move on to Zhou Yu alternate form. So Zhou Yu alternate form gets 50% bonus wisdom emblems. Fine. He gets attack, and attack his enemy barriers by 6% for every Wu emblem. Cuts 2 seconds from summon cooldown time when you inflict burn enemies. And when you inflict burn, causes an explosion that inflicts enemies with burn. His possessions are not different. He just has 2 wisdom instead of the flame. Not too surprising here. We're going to put Zhou Yu higher up in S, his alternate form, below. I think actually we're going to do it like that. Like, just put him above Yujin, I think. Mostly because he has built-in barrier damage with Wu. We know how strong that is. And then the cut summon cooldown time from enemies inflicted with burn is also very strong. Same deal. Moveset's great. It's all on the strength of the moveset, to be honest. His ranking is all on the strength of the moveset. Let's move on to Sun Jian. Sun Jian default skin, we get 8% attack for every Wu emblem, 50% attack toward enemies with burn, Muso charge by 10% for enemies with burn, charge a symbol by 20% when you take hits from enemies. He's got vigor and strength, so he's eligible for the Muneshige Tachibana buff. Wu, Brave General are the relevant ones for his attack. Sun Jian is incredibly fun to use. His moveset is very strong. He's got the 9-ring blades that make the jingling sound when he attacks, which is really fun. His Muso is good. It's very good. His X attacks have huge range and are very powerful. There's very little to not like about Sun Jian. I'm putting him at the top of S for right now. him being at the top of S right now is all about him having this bonus attack for enemies with burn. We've talked about how Wu and Flame has gotten a lot more support recently. And when you have this trait where you get bonus attack to move with burn, and you've got SSX lowering their defense, and Huang Gai giving you bonus even more attack toward enemies with burn, you have 170% attack toward enemies with burn with them have lowering defense. If you have YYS on or Young Yukimura on top of that, that's 100% burn attribute. If you add in Zhou Yu alternate with bonus attribute attack there, you're crushing. You're ruining them beyond all recognition. You got some Brave General there too if you want to feather that in with some even more barrier damage and damage from Zhang Liao if you need it to. He's incredibly powerful. One of the strongest characters in the game. Deserves to be at the top of S for right now. Other form, Sun Jian. Okay. 20% attack for every Jiangdong hero emblem. Increase attack by 60% and reduce defense by 50% in danger zones. Kind of yikes. Increase attack by 4% each time you clear a danger zone, max 80%. That's okay. Increase defense by 7% for every Wu emblem. This is kind of an interesting set of traits here. His possessions, he gets charm as well, which is pretty cool. It's helpful when you find him. These traits, the thing I like is Jiangdong Hero. The issue with Jiangdong Hero, we're going to get into this several times, there aren't very many Jiangdong Heroes. There are 7 of them, and some of them are pretty low priority. Like you think about Zhou Tai, Taishitsa, Ling Tong. These are not people that you're really wanting to add because their unique tactics don't do a whole lot for you. So you're adding them for the attack bonus, which 20% per is a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's not as high of scaling as you would think. And in Origin mode specifically, it feels bad to take it just to take it. And also this whole danger zone thing, I mean, we have so many less portals in Origin mode. It doesn't feel that great. And like you might see maybe if you get a horse, it's different. If you get a horse, you have 5 guaranteed danger zones. But if you don't get a horse, maybe you do 5 danger zones. That's 20% attack bonus. The bonus defense is nice, but it's not really like moving the needle a whole lot. Having said that, the moveset is still bonkers. He does get a lot of bonus attack. He deserves to be an S. I'm going to put him here. Like, that's the difference in how much I value that bonus attack for him with burn. I'm putting him all the way back here because his scaling is just not as impressive without that. All right, we are into Sun Jian's offspring. First one being Sun Ce. He gets 9% attack for every Wu emblem. He bestows normal attacks with bulletproof while health is below 90%. Cuts 2 seconds from normal summon cooldown timer when inflicting shock. And increase attack by 3% when you move on for the next phase up being hit by an attack. Max 100%. His possessions here, he has skill, MYS, Wu, Brave General, Torchbearer are the relevant things for attack scaling or otherwise. Sun Ce has kind of a crisis with his traits here in that we want to take damage, right, to have below 90% health, but then we also want to move on without being hit by enemy attack. And like 3% per for max 100%, you're not getting to 100%. Like there's not enough phases, especially now in Origin mode. A lot of these moving on to phase things have been pretty heavily nerfed by Origin mode just by virtue of it having so many fewer portals. Sun Ce is fun. His moveset is fine. It's good. It's very solid. The fact he has some Wu scaling. His Muso is pretty great. His EX attacks are really good, but they do take a little bit of time to go off fully, which is kind of tough when you're doing summons if you want it to not quick summon. But they are really good. I think Sun Ce deserves to be in B tier if I'm being honest with myself. I'll put him at the top of B. I had him in A originally, but now that I've kind of talked it through and thought about it, I think B is right. He's still really good. It's just that the traits don't really help you. The scaling is not really there, and the attacks that are not the EX attacks are just kind of meh. Like they're fine. They're just not that good. He has good range. I mean, he's a solid character. So B feels right for me. All right, Sun Xuan. Increase attack by 6% for every Wu emblem. Shorten summon cooldown by 20% for heroes with Wu emblem. Crazy. Makes it more likely for heroes with Wu to appear because of crystal saplings. Nuts. Charges a symbol gauge when you acquire XP. Amazing. Um, Unique action, finally. Move or charge attack to set your weapon alight and modify your charge attacks. So cool. He has got strength for Minishige, relevancy, charm, and flame. Wu, torchbearer. No brave general, anything like that. But Xuan is one of my characters. If you've been around the channel, you know this is one of my guys. He's one of my favorite characters. I always love his move set. I think he's a cool, kind of understated guy who gets kind of overlooked a lot. I love his character. I think he's a really cool guy in the lore because he's the son that gets passed over. He's the one that people think is not going to be able to pull it off, and he does pull it off. You know, it's really cool. His Muso is crazy strong. These traits are nuts. Like having default summon cooldown reduction with Wu emblem, it's nuts. Like if you get that, and you're getting Zhou Yu from having here's having increased likelihood you're getting Zhou Yu with Flame Obliteration, SSX, Earth Obliteration with Wind. You're getting Huang Gai more likely. You can do his father Sun Jian and make him his original form for the Penetrating Blade. Charging a symbol when you acquire XP. You acquire XP all day long in this game. It's such a great thing. Really helps you to get through phases if you're in trouble. You'll find yourself having a symbol more often. He's got scaling for finding Wu and finding more Wu. I mean, you probably are seeing this coming. Xuan is so fun to play with. I'm putting him here just because, you know what? I'm remembering the unique action as well, which I haven't discussed. We're going to slide him up here. This thing, lighting the sword alight and modifying the charge attacks, is so cool. All you got to do is run a little bit, which kind of helps. Like the fact that it breaks up your pacing, it helps you because you might move out of the way of an attack and then you're coming back stronger because you've lit your weapon on fire, right? So now you're coming back even stronger. And the charge attacks end up getting much stronger when you do that too. He's great. I can't say enough good things about him. He's one of my guys. Xuan is an S. Near the top for me, near the top. SSX, original form. Let's read these traits. Increase a symbol charge by 10% for every Wu emblem. Incredible. Charges a symbol gauge when you inflict disorder on enemies. Great. Increase attack by 50% for charge attack for enemy barriers. Very nice. Charge Muso projectiles. Who cares? We've got skill for MYS. Wu and Shu, which is very nice because she married Liu Bei at a certain point. Flower of War and Torchbearer. So Flower of War has insane support now, like crazy amounts of support. If you think about it, it's really nuts how all characters that buff them. You're thinking about Kai and all of the Atelier girls, almost except for two of them buff that as well. You have so many options to buff yourself. These traits are good. No spoilers, but she gets better. But her X attacks are so good. Like her movement is amazing. The first X attack on the charge 3, huge AoE damage, gets out fast, and then she's right back to her wheels. The second charge attack, the charge 6, launches herself across the battlefield. Um, is great for movement. Her movement in general is good. Her Muso is it's strong. It doesn't seem like it's strong, but you can kind of aim it towards people, which is really cool. The assemble charge, and I love that. If you haven't been able to tell, she is also going to be an S tier. I'm going to put her above normal Zhou, below normal Zhou. I'm thinking about it more, but she deserves to be an S, even in her default form. Now, let's discuss alternate form, Sun Changzhong. Muso charge with Wu, not a big deal. But here we go. Increase attack by 50% for enemies with Disorient. Increase EXP acquired by 100% when enemies are defeated with Muso attacks. Increase attack by 50% towards enemies with Burn. So you can imagine, if you will, if you will imagine, having Ma Chao, Zhang Fei, Young Yuki, Wang Gai, uh, yeah, all those people active, you're doing bonus damage on bonus damage on bonus damage. I mean, this would be outrageous, the amount of output of damage you would have here, coupled with her already very strong move set. We're going right below Jahadun here for her, in S tier as well. No surprise. As I said, it's going to be a lot of S in Wu. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them are. I think we've only had one Sun so far who has not been, but we're about to get a few that are. So let's move on here. We arrive now at DeChao. DeChao gets 7% defense for every Grace emblem. Yikes. 50% attack terms with Shock. Yikes for this faction. 7% attack for Wu emblems. Okay? And charging a symbol, which is good, but when you destroy projectiles, that's yikes. We have Wu Flower of War, so that's good, with Charm and Bolt. The whole Bolt thing is just it's too much to overcome here. For me, it's just like you're not looking for Bolt with Wu, and then she's got her scaling for her attack is from finding Wu. Projectile destruction, if you didn't know, the Sin Spewers on Traversal 6, like all of them, shoot out the projectiles that you can't destroy, the solid purple orbs. And then archers almost never shoot in this game, so you're not getting that assemble charge almost ever on Traversal 6. And with DeChao, the move set is just not there. It's just not there. It's not terrible, but it's kind of a ranged attack, which it feels like it's going to be good. When you start out, it feels like it's going to be strong, but it just isn't. I think she's got enough good traits to be at the top of C for right now, but I can't go higher than that for DeChao. We're going to leave her in C. It's all about the move set and kind of the wonkiness of the shock there, because you want to find Wu, but then you're also looking for shock. It's too much. You lose out on too much scaling with your synergies if you're avoiding Wu to go for shock. She's not a strong enough character to do that anyway, so it doesn't work. It's incongruent. What can I say? Flipping the script here. This is Xiao Chao. She gets attacked by 7% every Grace emblem, and she gets attacked toward enemies with Burn. She gets defense from wounds, which I like, and replenishes health when destroying projectiles, which is more helpful. It's rare, but that's more helpful on Traversal 6 specifically than a symbol charging, which you're going to do anyway, right? She has got Flame instead of Bolt, Flower of War with Wu as well, of course. Let's discuss Xiao Chao's Charge 3. This is one of the most disgusting X attacks in the entire game. She pulls the fans out sideways and just spins and goes through everybody. And it just blows people out. It is incredible. It's one of the best attacks in this entire video game. And you couple that with these traits where Grace, we're looking for Grace in Traversal 6. If you're looking for Okuni, we're looking for Grace. Um, Attack toward burn, that's what we want, man. We're getting defense for Wu, survivability. We're healing with our kit. Watch this. Watch this. Tippy top. For right now, tippy top. I'm telling you, use Xiaoqiao if you have not. Use Xiaoqiao, and I know I didn't say I would use. I would say use companions. Put on Lubu Origins. Just put on Lubu Origins with Xiaoqiao. You will not. You will almost not take any damage. You will just fly through the phases. Um, she's so strong. She's so fun, and takeaway from this video is Xiaoqiao rules. She really does. All right, let's move on. Shocker of the video so far, I'm sure. We go one way, we go the other way, right? So here's Lu Su. Makes it more likely for heroes with Wu and Superior Crystal Saplings. Great. Increase attack by 50% during a symbol would be good. We'll talk about the issue with that. A symbol gauge charge by 10% for a Wu emblem. Incredible trait. Increase amount of Tears of Blood acquired by 100%. Nice. His possessions are bad. Wu talent. Who cares, right? You got strength, so you have the option with Munashige Tachibana there. Wisdom for MYS. You're not going to do that, probably. I mean, you might, but it'll be hard to pull off. Lu Su is tough to use. He just is. I mean, his X attacks, particularly his one on the charge 3, he just stands still for too long. He's throwing boulders with the rake. The rake will throw boulders out that kind of don't do anything. It's a character where the idea is there, and this assemble stuff. I mean, you're probably gonna make it through Traversal 6 with him. You're gonna be able to clear it because of how much assemble charging he has. But and I want him to be better than he is. His Muso is bad. It's just not that great. But his traits are so strong, he's got to be in C. One of those guys I wish was better. He's kind of a newer character, but he's just kind of blah for me. So we're going to put him in C. On to Lu Meng. Lu Meng has some of the strongest traits of any character in the entire game. He has 30% bonus attack toward level bosses. Maximum health by 10% every 5 levels. It's insane. It's an insane trait. A symbol charging by 50% for every Wu emblem. Awesome. Experience by 170 defeats with Muso attacks. Also great. Skill and Slay, not that great. Wu and talent, it is what it is. But his traits are just so good. And the moveset is fine. It's pretty good. It's not incredibly strong, but it's good enough, and it's got enough range, it's got enough power behind it. If he was a little bit more powerful in terms of his attack power, his attack scaling, he would be an S. But he's going to go in A. And I think right around here with Zhu Chu makes sense because he gets such high stats with this health stuff that he's got going on, right? I mean, you're going to be charging your symbol. You're going to have huge health pool. You're going to be a massive level. You're going to be an experienced warrior, and that's how it should feel with Lu Meng. And as a result, you're probably going to clear content with him, and it's not going to be too hard. He's a very solid character, just missing a little bit with his moveset, and that kind of wow it factor that you're looking for an S tier character for me. Lu Xun is so close. He is so close to being awesome. If he had one tweak to his kit, he would be S tier for sure. But let's talk about it. Total flame amount by 50%. It's nuts. It's incredible. Charging Muso when you inflict burn enemies. Who cares? Muso gauge gain for Wu. Let's see what I'm talking about. Who cares? Increase experience with Muso attacks. At least it synergizes, right? You're getting bonus Muso charging and you're getting experience from Muso attacks. At least it synergizes. His X attacks are good. He has got Strategist Wu Commander, kind of blah. He does have strength from Nishige there. His moveset is fine. Missile attack is not that good. It's just that there's just a little bit of movement that's missing, a little bit of range that's missing with Lushun. He's still really good. He belongs in A without question. I just think it's like here, you know, just because the traits. If he had something to do with attack against burn, if he had attack against burn, he would be Ness easy. But it doesn't feel quite that strong to use. Doesn't feel quite that powerful to use. So I'm gonna leave him in A. We're here. We are at Boat Huangai. He gets 8% attack for Wu emblems, increased defense when we're hit by an enemy, which is awesome. Sin Spewer trait, not even going to read it, and 27% attack 20 times when you're hit by an enemy. Pretty cool. Unique action. If you attack, just after attack 1, you'll get a dash attack where he spirals forward with the boat. He has got strength and might, so Rachel is active. Potential buff there. Strength from Minashige, Brave Generals, Wu. Very nice emblems. One of the nicest complementary sets of emblems that we've seen so far in Wu. They don't really excel at that. A lot of their heroes have very limited traits for some reason. But Boat Huangai is my favorite. One of my favorite things that Omega Force has ever done. I think the glow up from his flail is phenomenal. I'm so pleased with it, to be honest. I think it's great. And the thing about it is, once you have his X attacks, he moves across the entire screen. His attacks cover. He does a giant tidal wave and bounces across the whole screen. And it's like, what are they supposed to do? Like what can these enemies do to stop you when you're doing that? It's the strength of the move set alone and how fun it is. We're putting him right here below Jahadun in S. And it's just on the strength of this move set. It's so strong. And once you have it, the X attacks, you're good. I mean, and then if they hit you, you've got this bonus defense and attack, right? Which is just incredible. So Boat Huangai is our guy. Don't let anyone tell you differently. Alternate form Huangai. If you have him, there's really no reason not to use him. 5% for every Wu emblem. 2% attack for every flame emblem. He gets bonus flame emblems. He still has the increased attack when you hit by an enemy. Double flame, which is kind of a downgrade because you lose the Munashige buffing option, but it's so good because it just turbocharges your flame right at the start, right? We're putting Boat Huangai above Junyu because he's a little bit more fun than Junyu is. I mean, this is kind of like the fun factor zone in here, and we got a little bit more fun here. Not as fun as Sword on Fire, super powerful. Not as good as South Zhao with just the most cracked traits in the game that we've seen yet. But alternate form Huangai is if you have him, you've probably enabled him. You know, we'll hide that just to give everybody a little look at the list here. It's looking pretty top heavy already, but it is what it is, man. There's a lot of good characters in the game. I don't know what to tell you. Taishitsu, we get increased attack and defense by 3% for every Brave General emblem. Very nice. Replenishing health for these short projectiles. That's fine. Increased attack by 18% for every Dong Hero emblem. Cool. Charging Muso projectiles. Who cares? Strength. So Munashige in play. Brave General. Woo. Okay. Taishitsu does not fit very well in Warrior's Abyss. And the reason is that this dude absolutely destroys officers in like base game Dynasty Warriors. Like Dynasty Warriors 7 and 8, this dude assassinates people. It's insane. Because his charge 3 is unblockable. He just starts hitting you with them, right? This attack, you know what I'm talking about? He's just hitting you, and you can't stop him. You can't block it. He's one of the best characters in the whole game in those games at eliminating officers. The issue is we're in Warriors Abyss, okay? People that focus too much on one person that when they're hitting them, they're not as useful. They're not as strong. He's got decent range, but he kind of relies on having a lot of vigor to make those shockwave attacks that he has work. And his end lag on his moves is too long. Like he'll finish during an attack, and there's a bit of a lag before he starts again. You can't aim his Muso. His Muso is very strong, but it's a big like cone of wind, similar to Lubu's thing. But unlike Lubu, you can't aim it. Begrudgingly, I'm putting Taishatsu at the top of C. Someone's got to be in C. I thought I had him in B originally, but his traits are fine. It's just you're probably going to be okay using him. There's just not enough there. There's not enough there. He doesn't feel like he's really fitting in with the Wu characters. So I'm gonna drop him into C. I had him in B in my notes, but talking it over and thinking about it a little bit more, he belongs in C. It's just not the game for Taishatsu. He's still cool. I love him. He's my favorite character, but over the years they've kind of not improved him enough, in my opinion. So is what it is. We're on to Gan Ning. Speaking of characters that I think they changed for the worse over time or have not kept up with, I think a lot of people loved the Gan Ning Pirate Sword version, this flail version that we've had for a while. I've always preferred his Pirate Sword. I wish they'd go back to it someday. I don't think they will, but let's go over his traits. So we get 1 second cut from cooldown timer when you inflict wound on enemies. We get 3% attack for every Slay emblem, 4% attack for speed emblems, increasing Slay by 50% emblems, Wu Brave General with speed and Slay. So with speed, INA is in play for more attack scaling if you want. You probably won't, but want to mention it anyway. So Gan Ning and Jotai, who we'll discuss, they have done them such a great service by giving them this 50% bonus Slay emblems because they know you're going to be getting the Wu people, right? You're going to be getting the Wu officers. So you're not going to have a lot of Slay. I mean, you're going to get it from him, Jotai, and Lumong, but you're going to have to kind of spread out a little bit because you want to get 10 Slay for Zosi's unique tactic, which is incredibly powerful. That elevates Gan Ning quite a bit. I like his moveset. I think it's good. It's not great. It doesn't jump out at me. It has not since they gave him this flail. It's just not my thing. But his traits are strong enough. He should be at the top of A for me. I think he screams top of A right now. Provided that you get Zosi online. You need Zosi for this to work. Okay. But he does belong in A. You can make some insane builds with Gan Ning. All right. Series favorite here, I believe, Jotai. Only really one of his traits is not that good. Well, two of them. You get attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds when you insta kill an enemy. 10 seconds, 10% attack speed. It doesn't, you're not going to notice it. Increase total slay by 50%. Huge. Muso charging. Who cares? And then attack by 50% for charge attacks towards enemy barriers. That is awesome. Skill. So MYS is in play. Going to say it every time. Sorry. King's Shield gives us access to barrier damage with Toehisa Shimazu, technically. Mentioning that as well. But Jotai, it's all about his moveset and the X attacks, right? The charge 3, where he spins around with the hilt of the blade and then slashes like crazy, does the one at the end and then sheaths it. It's just one of the coolest attacks in the game. His charge 6 is absurd, where he dashes across the battlefield, huge amounts of slashes come out, and then when he sheaths, it makes a shockwave. The charge 4, he freezes everyone, blows them up, freezes them again. Muso attack, one slash, tons of slashes come out. It's cinema. This character is cinema incarnate. He's so fun to use. And he has the benefit that Gan Ning does not have of being able to use Gan Ning, right? For additional slay attribute bonus damage. So kind of a bummer for Gan Ning that he doesn't have access to that. But Jotai's moveset is extremely fun. We're going to put him right below Gan Ning, Huang Gai here, just because his traits don't quite have the scaling. But if you saw the Jotai video we did with Slay with Zoc active, you've seen how powerful he really is because he can just destroy the bosses given the right situation. Ling Tong. I'm probably least familiar with Ling Tong of any character we've discussed so far. I don't use him very often in any of the games. He's usually not very good. I think he's actually pretty good here, though. Let's talk about it. 2 seconds cut from summon cooldown where you put burn enemies, which is great. You're gonna be doing a lot of burn with Wu, right? We have the 80% attack for Jiangdong hero emblems, which is okay. You know, it's not the worst thing. As we've discussed, a lot of them are low priority though, so it's kind of here or there if it's worth it. We get attack 50% when we acquire Karma Embers. Hard to control. You know, you can't really count on those coming out, especially during boss fights when it's just you and Ruinous Goma. You're not going to get Karma Embers out of nowhere. There's no way to get Karma Embers with any other traits, to my knowledge. There could be a companion out there, but I don't think so. And then he has just stock when you inflict burn, cause an explosion that inflicts enemies with burn, which is great, right? That's the flame plague we've talked about before on the channel, where you activate burn and it burns and burns, exploding outward. You know, Ling Tong has a similar problem to a lesser extent than Taishi Ci, where some of his attacks are very focused on one enemy. But his moveset's very fun. He has got fun things going on, some good range, better than you'd expect. He attacks pretty fast, but his EX1, the first EX attack he stands still a little bit too long for me. The Muso is just okay on Ling Tong. He's not going to be a favorite character of mine probably ever, but he's good enough. Like he's got enough good stuff going for him that he deserves to be in B tier. And I'm going to go like this, I think, because I think I like Woja a little bit more, but more than Jin feels right for me for Ling Tong. I think B is a solid choice for him. I think he would. I think, given how I've talked about him, it makes sense. So we're gonna stick him in B. We arrive at Lian Shi, the newest addition to Warriors Abyss, or not the newest, one of the newer additions to Warriors Abyss. Her traits are pretty good. She gets attack and defense by 4% for every Wu emblem. She moderately charges symbol when attacking enemies with burn. Shortens summon cooldown for Xuan by 30% and increase attack by 30% when you inflict burn, cause an explosion that inflicts enemies with burns. It has the explosion effect. The Xuan thing, I don't understand it. It doesn't buff her attack. I think it buffs Xuan's attack, but he just has dazzling bullets, right? I mean, it's good, but it's not that good. Flower of War is awesome. Wu with Flame and Charm. It's good emblems. The unique actions. Let's talk about this. You press the charge attack at the end of charge attack for a chance of the same attack activating again after the next charge attack. I'll be straight up here. I think I don't understand why this is good or why people use it or why people like it. For me, I would rather be able to summon someone than do an extra charge attack. And with Lian Shi, if you have done that thing where you primed an attack, she doesn't summon on the slot. She'll just do her extra attack and not summon. It doesn't really make sense to me. Her moveset is good. I like her traits, but I'll just be straight up with you. I don't know what's going on. Like I don't know what's going on when I'm using her. I've got to put her in C. I'll put her at the top of C because I've never had an issue with her. But I think I've also had like infinite Zilla I've never used her, and I just kind of ignore her unique action. I know people like her. I know this is probably going to be controversial. I just don't understand what's going on with it. Like I don't know why it's good. Like it doesn't make any sense to me in terms of the fact that you do not get to summon. And if you had infinite summon, you literally wouldn't be able to summon. It doesn't really connect for me. I don't get it. So I've got to leave her and see. I know it's probably not what people want to hear. I know people like Liansha, but it missed for me. And she has the duck hooks, which I would have preferred the crossbow moveset personally, but that is another discussion for another day. So that's Wu done. Let's move on to Shu. Moving on to Shu. But before we do, I wanted to talk a little bit about their unique tactics and kind of what's going on with them. Looking first at Liu Bei in his origin form. So, with his original form, right, you're giving that attack bonus to himself, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu, which is great if you're using one of those three characters. Does not help the rest of Shu out. And then his new unique tactic, Merciful Benevolence. We get attack and defense by 70%, which is great for characters with Shu, Might, and King's Shield. It's good for King's Shield support, I would say, but here's the problem, right? We got to find 5 Might and 4 King's Shield characters for this. There are 2 Might in Shu, which are Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, and there's 2 King's Shield, which are Zhao Yun and Xing Sai. But what this means is if you're running Shu and you want to get this active and you're playing in Origins mode, you're going to have to work in Toyohisa Shimazu sometimes. You're going to have to work in Hanzo Hattori sometimes if you want to get Merciful Benevolence online. It just seems like such a awkward thing to piece together for something that's, it's a 70% is a good buff, but it's so hard to activate. And also the might, like you're gonna have to get Huang Gai in there. Okuni, obviously, we love Okuni. Lubu, you're gonna have to find Lubu who's rare. It's this is kind of the theme with these unique tactics for Shu. Shu's unique tactics are so needlessly difficult to activate. Look at Guan Yu here, another example. So base Guan Yu has where he summons all the 5 Shu tigers. And I mean, honestly, if you're not going for that build, you should use this Guan Yu because he has charm straight up. I mean, that's the reason to use this one. But if you want to get his unique tactic active, you need Liu Bei, who's annoying to find. Let me tell you, you cannot find Liu Bei. He's so annoying. And then you got to find 7 Might. 7 Might. And that will give you increase attack by 5% for every charm emblem. Which, I mean, it's cool, but there are 2 characters that have a charm emblem and might. It's Guan Yu and Okuni. So you're going to have to find 7 Might and then have enough charm to make this worth it to include. It's just a bizarre build to do. And then for Rule of Destruction, you need 10 Flame and 5 Shu, which, guess what? The only Shu that has Flame, if you're using this form of Guan Yu, is Guan Yinping. So you got to find a bunch of more Flame. I mean, Huang Gai helps with both of these. But again, we're working in Huang Gai a whole lot for not a lot of payoff. In a faction that's supposed to use Wind, it feels like we're using Flame for this one. So there's just a lot of matchup problems in incongruity with the faction with respect to its elements, right? Another issue, I'll bring it up now, is that this faction has a ton of wind support. You've got original Zhang Fei with Master's House of Bows, giving you more damage to people that are disoriented, and Ma Chao giving you extra wind attribute, which are both Shu. But then their 2 strongest summon skills, Guan Yu's Rule of Destruction / Cleaving Blade, and Yue Ying's Penetrating Blade, do not line up. That's ice. She's ice, he's flame. So you're not getting the value of having good Shu stuff going on for that. So, and then again, Zhang Fei. This is a great effect, right? Great Hero's Cry, increased attack by 80%, and attack by 10% for heroes with Wind, Shu, and Might. But again, we have 3 qualifications. We need to have 8 Wind, 7 Shu, and Liu Bei. It's just if you look at base Cao Cao, we get the 70% attack and defense for Wei emblem. We only need 9 Wei and 3 talent, and you just choose all the Wei. They have a ton of talent in their tree, and you're done. I mean, you're done before you know it. But Shu, it feels like you always have to be thinking so much, right? And then you've got this with Zhao Yun. This is before any patches. We're supposed to get a patch in March. I'm recording this in March, the beginning of March. So it sets up a barrier to block attacks for 0 seconds after beating 150 enemies. Worthless. Worthless. During bosses, even if this said 10 seconds, if you're fighting Ruinous Goma, you're going to be on your own a lot of the time. And you got to find 4 King Shield for this. It's crazy. It's crazy how all of them are like this. And even the good ones, like Zhuliang up here, Warfare Sleeping Dragon, stats push 100%, raise attribute by 50%. Again, 3 requirements: Yue Ying, 8 Wisdom, and 10 Shu. That's pretty much all you get to focus on. If you're doing this in Origins mode, you want to activate this unique tactic, you have to focus all of your energy on this. Whereas again, Kanbei Kuroda, same thing. You see 5 Toyotomi and 4 strategists, and they're all like a ton of Toyotomis are strategists. So it's so frustrating how difficult it is to build Shu. But I'm gonna go ahead and get to the actual tier list. Just wanted to cover the unique tactics briefly here. First up in Shu, we have original form Zhao Yun. We get increased attack by 8% for every Shu emblem. We cut a second from summon cooldown at time when you inflict shock on enemies. We have 50% attack from enemies with shock, and increasing our total bolt ailment by 50%. Possession-wise, vigor, skill, MYS. Bolt, now Zhang Liao is relevant for that attack-wise. King Shield you can get barrier damage with Yoshihiro Shimazu, Brave General. Great emblems. The moveset is absurd. He's the logo for a reason. He's super fun to play with. His X attacks are awesome. His Muso is very strong, and his traits are also very good. He's one of those characters that I personally overlooked, unfortunately, a lot. I feel like I have not used him enough in this game. He's definitely an S tier character, and because he gets bonus attack with shock, he's going to go right here and be right there. I think that's a good spot for him, especially getting the attack bonus for enemies with shock. He's a great character. Moveset's great. I like everything about him, to be honest. Alternate form Zhao Yun, increase attack by 11% for every King Shield emblem. Increase attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds after evading. Yikes. Increases attack and attack speed by 2% for every speed emblem. Yikes. Increases total speed emblems by 30% speed each time peace trees appear. Max 60%. Yikes. These traits, I think, are a huge downgrade. Attack for King Shield emblems, I mean, it's just not. It's a lot of attack, but you're telling me that during a Origins run, you're just gonna grab Toyohisa Shimazu for fun, just to get 11% attack, and then you're gonna go to a Peach Tree to get more speed emblems? I mean, how much speed can you get? I mean, this is very good in the speed training hall. Get a whole bunch of speed and get a bunch of attack, and then you're really fast. It's cool that he gets so fast, but this is a huge the Zhao Yun. They were not cooking when they did Zhao Yun here. We're gonna put him in A, and I think I'm gonna put him at the bottom of A. Just a huge nerf with the skills, in my opinion. Losing the buff to your bolt emblems, and then having to go to Peach Trees. It's not it for me. Liu Bei default. More likely for Shu emblems to appear crystal saplings. Number of heroes at crystal saplings increased by 1. Increased attack by 8% for every Shu emblem. And then at the start of each phase, replenish your health to 50% if it's below 40%. Kind of a yikes trait to me. Shoe and ruler pretty lacking as far as the emblems go here. Charm and bolts. I mean, we have the Zheng Liao thing in theory, but he's got really good traits. The issue I have with Liu Bei, a couple of them on his EX attack, his second one on the charge 5, he hops backward, and that's how you get hit. I mean, frankly, I mean the way you get hit in this game is standing still for too long and moving backwards, and he does it a little too much for me. The charge 4 is incredible. The Muso is okay. His moveset's pretty good. Nothing too crazy. There's not a whole lot to go off of with his seals, to be honest. I'm still putting Liu Bei in A because I think he deserves to be, decently high up in A because, you get these more likely for Shu to appear, plus attack and more saplings. You can pretty much find all the Shu you want. So he can really activate all of the different Shu things. Just him personally, he's not the strongest character in terms of his moveset. That's all. Okay, alternate form, Liu Bei increases your crystal beads for 13 phase when you clear danger zones. Someone explained this to me. I think it means that after 13 phases, if you clear a danger zone, you get a crystal bead. Which would mean in the middle of origin mode, if you see danger zones, you get crystal beads after clearing danger zones. I think. I'm not sure. Because this is pre-patch, so I don't know what exactly it means. I'm pretty sure that's what it means, but and then we get more heroes of crystal saplings. We get more rerolls, and then increases hero rerolls by 5 each time peace trees appear, which means you have to go to them. It doesn't mean you see the portal and you get it. You have to actually go to the portal. No change to emblems at all. This is a massive downgrade. 0 scaling. Just a big nerf. We're putting him in B at the bottom. It's rerolls at sapling. I mean, it's all things that are nice to have, but to have no attack scaling with this guy, it just, you can't justify all of that nerfing and have him feel like this. To me, it's not enough for him to be higher than B. So Guan Yu original mode increases attack by 6% for every Brave General emblem, bestows you with invulnerability for 3 seconds after you're hit by an enemy, increases attack for summoned heroes by 30%, applies flame attribute to normal attacks. He has got might, so that means that Rachel is in play there. Brave General as well. Strength, so that means Munashige Tachibana attack buff is in play. The moveset is outrageous. It's very strong. He's incredibly powerful. One of the strongest characters in the game in terms of his moveset, in terms of his range of attacks. The traits are a little lacking for this Guan Yu. He's still going to go at the very top of S, just below. Yeah, you know what? He's going to go at the top of S. And we'll talk about why in a second here. Talking about it right now. So this is Guan Yu, origin form. He gets attacked by 9% for every Shu emblem. Great. Defense by 100% for 20 seconds when hit by an enemy. That's awesome. Replenishes 30% of your health when leveling up, which negates the Traversal 6 issue. And then 40% attack toward level boss enemies. He swaps the Flame for Charm, which is fine. It's pretty good. Everything else is the same as far as his emblems go. Alternate version of Guan Yu, I'm putting at the very top of S. We'll talk about it in a second, but basically he was going to be in Gods, okay? But I ran a Traversal 6 with him, and at level 500, my Guan Yu is max level, okay? There was a little bit of an issue. His end lag is a little bit too much, is a little bit of a delay on startup of some of his attacks. He's incredibly powerful, but we just could not get him to that God's tier level. Having said that, let's move on to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei original, increase attack by 50% for enemies with disorient. Insane. Charging Muso when you inflict disorient enemies, that's fine. Increase attack by 15% for every might emblem. Very good. There's a lot of good might characters, and 50% is a lot. So you find him and Guan Yu and Lu Bu, that's 45%, right? And you get Okuni, that's 60% bonus attack, and you might have Okuni active healing you when you activate a symbol. Cause an explosion that damages nearby enemies when you destroy enemy barriers. His emblems are 2 vigor and 1 wind might as well. So Rachel is in play. Zhang Fei has very similar moves to Guan Yu, right? Both of their EX attacks, they buff themselves, and those buffs are crazy. Like Guan Yu, his lights people on fire. Zhang Fei's blows them away. And then their attacks feel very similar too. The charge 3 is a repetitive attack they go in on people with. Both their Musos are very long and powerful, and they feel like they're not going to end. Zhang Fei just has that extra oomph, man, and he's going to be our first god tier character. Zhang Fei, you can point at pretty much anything, and he'll be able to clear it. He's just that strong. His moves are all so good. One of those characters where if you are pressing a button, you are doing well. You are doing a good attack, and it will work out. So we're putting Zhang Fei in God tier. He's just too powerful. He's too strong. His moveset is too insane. It is what it is, And you get the attack bonus streams with Disorient, so their defense is lowered, and then you're getting bonus attack towards those people that have lower defense. It's insane. But this is where the money is, okay? Alternate form, Zhang Fei, if you have this guy, he gets attack against barriers and regular attack by 7% for every shoe emblem, which is awesome. You get the Disorient explosions. His changes to his unique weapon are what really make this character pop in Traversal 6 especially. You get 1% health back after every 15 enemies defeated during phases, and then hitting a level boss with a charge attack while they are glowing yellow will replenish 5%. So the way this actually works is interesting. It triggers twice. So you do the attack, and as long as you attack fast enough, you can get 2 procs of this. So you can get that 5% healing twice. So Zhang Fei, even more so than Guan Yu alternate form, was designed to clear Traversal 6 content. And then he gets a strength emblem too, so that brings in Munashige Tachibana as an option to buff his attack as well. You already know what's going to happen. Zhang Fei is currently in the Gods tier. He is at the very top of the tier list. Hopefully not very surprising. If you play this game, you know how powerful Zhang Fei is, and Guan Yu. I mean, Guan Yu is so close to being in God's tier. He'll probably be at the top of S for the rest of this video, but he just did not have that umph I was looking for. And not being able to clear Traversal 6 with ease at max level, I had to kind of scratch my beard a little bit, and he would appreciate that, I guess. So anyway, let's move on. Zhu Liang is next. It's one of my favorite characters. Let's look at his traits here. He gets a symbol gauge charge by 10% for every shoe emblem, which is great. We get a 7% bonus to wisdom emblems. Awesome. Kind of. Not really. We get increased attack for attributes by 30%, meaning bolt, wind, that sort of thing, which is an incredible trait. And then we get an 80% attack and defense bonus if we use 4-wheel chariot, which is awesome. 2 wisdom with bolt. So we've got MYS being available to us. That's about it as far as extra things that are relevant that I use. Zhu Liang has a good moveset. You have to get 8 skill to get his X attacks, in my opinion. His Muso is interesting. It takes a long time to develop. It's kind of hard to use, to be honest, but it is pretty strong in phases. And I guess too also it could be against bosses also, but I don't really use Muso like that against bosses. Regardless, assemble charging with shoe characters is just one of those things that's great to have, and you know you're going to use it. He's just one of my favorites. I can't not put him in S. I'm going to put him right here in kind of the middle of the pack of S towards the back, just because his move set is so good. I think for phases specifically, and getting attribute attack bonus is awesome. If you find the symbol charging as well, as you know, what I've said before, if you charge a symbol, you're going to win the game. That's just kind of how it works. So I'm putting him in S for a symbol charging attribute bonus. Getting the four-wheel chariot treasure, of course, is great. You can use the wisdom attack boosting characters, which are Lusu and Kobayakawa, to get crazy attack bonus with him with his bonus emblems. I don't really do that very much, but you can do that. Let's move on. Machao. All right, we get attack. We get all stats up basically by 40% in danger zones. We get 3% attack for every wind emblem. We get attack towards sense viewer enemies. Yikes. And we get increased total wind emblems by 50%. We have got just basically Brave General as his other thing that's relevant on his emblems here. Machao, his Muso is fine. It's not excellent for phases. His X attacks are also good for phases. They have really good movement on them. He's got no real issue with clearing the content as long as you're focusing wind. A wind build, he should be fine. His moveset is good. We're just gonna put Machao in the top of A. There's just not enough special about him. His traits are fine. If he had boost attack toward enemies with disorient here instead of the sense viewer thing, I would be more inclined to put him in S. But he just doesn't quite have an it factor about him. So for that, he belongs in A for me. Wang Zhang, we get Muso and a symbol charge, or 50% when leveling up, which is actually very nice. 15% attack for a Master Archer emblem. It's okay. There's more than you think, right? I mean, you find SSX. That's one. Both Lubus are Master Archers. We get Musu charging for a symbol. Yikes. Cutting time from summon cooldown time when you inflict disorient is good. He does have strength, so he's got that option with the Munashige Tachibana for attack buff. But overall, Wang Zhang is actually pretty fun to use. But the charge 1 EX is just too awkward in phases. He stands still too much. I obviously I really admire the fact that he does stand still. You know, I mean, he is a ranged character that is just standing still a lot of the time. The Muso is good, but the fact that C1 EX, like, it shoots up into the air. So the idea is you've knocked people into the air and you're shooting them in the air, which is great if you are hitting people that are in the air. But people that are around that you didn't actually hit with it are just standing there looking at you while you're doing this. It's pretty decent against bosses. Like, his damage output is good. Like, that's why he's at the top of C. He's still fun and interesting to use. Just not there's not anything that's breaking through about him that would elevate him over C. But valid ranged character. C might be high for some people. They may think that's high. Wei Yan, interesting character here. We did a video with him recently. We get attack increase by 70% for 30 seconds after every 1,000 consecutive hits. Good for phases, will not happen very often during the boss fights. We get 50% attack for 10 seconds when you acquire Tears of Blood. Again, you know, if we can reliably get Tears of Blood during boss fights, that's good, but you kind of have to work that in to make it pop. Charging a symbol when you inflict wound on enemies is good. And then an attack increase by 70% for 20 seconds when hit by an enemy, which is good. You know, it's good to get an attack boost when you're struck by an enemy during a boss fight as well. Brave General is all he's got as extra to slay. Very unique set of emblems there. Wei Yan, his Muso is fine for phases. It's not super strong or anything. His EX attacks are okay. He's a fun enough character. I think he's solid in terms of his move set, and his movement is still also really good. Him having all this defense or rage attribute stuff is cool. I'm gonna put him in B right here. I think that's fitting for Wei Yan. It's just one of those characters that, for me, my play style, this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for someone that has conditional attack scaling. I know, I don't want to have to keep track of it. Just period. I don't want to have to keep track of it. That's all there is to it. All right, Yue Ying. We get a rerolls increased by 15 at the start, and also a crystal bead at the start. Pretty cool. 7% attack for every Shu emblem. Shorten summon cooldown by 20% for heroes with Shu emblem. Also very nice. Unique action here. So you prime her weapon by pressing Y, and then in the next time you're attacking, if you press Y at the right time, she'll do like a larger explosive version of her attack. It's pretty cool. Only wisdom, ice, and talent, so very limited options in terms of what you can build with her. The short and summon cooldown is really strong. The attack scaling is good. And the crystal bead is good. The timing is very tight on her unique action. It's very hard to pull off, it feels like. I've also failed with this character on video a couple times. Her moveset is strong, and it feels okay. It just doesn't. The Muso is kind of bad, to be honest, and she's just lacking kind of some movement with her move set. It feels like you're kind of standing still a lot of the time, which is, as you know, is kind of the kiss of death in this game. B feels right for me here. She's got some really good things going with her kit, but you could be playing with a lot stronger characters than Yu Ying. That's just all there is to it. Pang Tong, we get Muso charging for Shu emblems, cutting 2 seconds from cooldown timer when you inflict Sorian on enemies. We replenish health to 50% if below 40%. I hate that trait. I don't see that. If your health below 50%, your run may be over, And let's try to find another way to heal besides being almost dead and healing to half. It just doesn't feel that great. Increased experience acquired by 100%. Enemies defeated with Muso attacks. His possessions are Shu, Talent, and Strategist. So limited options there in terms of what can be you can buff with him. In general, with Pang Tong, I find these traits to be kind of bad. At least he's got some synergy with getting the Muso charge and also getting experience bonus with enemies being defeated. And the Muso attack is really good, but his moveset is okay. It's just one of these characters. It doesn't feel right. Like I think they've messed up Pang Tong somewhere along the way. We're gonna put him in C as well. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like the old Pang Tong. I don't think his moveset translated that well to Warriors Abyss, unfortunately. I won't spend too much time on it because it makes me sad because this guy's awesome. He's really fun, and his character is great. I wish he was better. It just doesn't feel good. I don't know what to say. Zushu. Zushu's traits. Increase number of heroes at Crystal Saplings by 1. Increase attack by 7% of his Strategist emblem. Pretty cool. Makes more likely for Shu emblems to appear Crystal Sapling. That's great. And then charging moves will inflict wound on enemies. His unique actions we'll get to. Wisdom, Slay, Wei, and Shu. Pretty big having Wei there. We'll get to that in a moment as well. So Zushu, when I was doing my little things, getting familiar with the characters, figuring out what I thought of them, where they should be on the tier list, I had kind of a suspicion with Zushu, so I played a Traversal 6 run with him. And I can confirm, after playing with Zushu, he is a god. So when this game came out, everyone online was saying, you've got to use Zushu. This guy's insane. He's so strong. You've got to use Zushu. And he's kind of fallen off in popularity since then, but this dude is Ryu Hayabusa. He's Ryu Hayabusa light, and parts of him, like this EX attack, where he moves location of enemies start by charge attack 1, is better than Ryu Hayabusa. Because what this means is he throws his rope blade out, hits somebody, and pulls himself directly to them. So you're out of danger, you're on somebody, and his attack speed is nuts by default, and his range is crazy on all of his attacks. He's one of these guys, if you're pressing a button, it's a good attack, okay? His Muso, he turns invisible and slashes everyone a million times, which does crazy assemble charging. Especially if you have something like Fa Zhang's unique tactic with some wind. That's always really great. He kind of makes Shu work by finding more Shu emblems and increase the number of heroes at the saplings by one. You can find all the Shu people that you need to make all their awkward unique tactics work, and you get sick of that. Just put on Jahadun default and throw in his barrier damage. So, like I said, Ryu Hayabusa light, and in some ways has some things that I like a little bit more than Ryu Hayabusa. So Zushu is one of the gods, maybe controversial, but it is what it is, man. He's great. I mean, if you haven't used him yet, you got to give him a try. He's outstanding as far as characters go. Guanping, let's read his traits. He applies Slay attribute to normal attacks, which is really cool. 7% attack every Torchbearer emblem, also very good. Musa charging for Shu emblems, not so great. 50% attack when interrupting a telegraph attack, fine. Doesn't really help you during boss fights, whatever. His unique action is if you hold the charge attack button Y or whatever during charge attack, he'll follow up with another attack, a big like Monster Hunter great sword slam, which is pretty fun. It's a huge shockwave. Torchbearer is really cool. They got good support with the Jin characters that are going to be coming up here to talk about. They give attack and barrier damage, I believe, to Torchbearer. He's got good traits. The problem is this slam, the unique action, if you summon, you don't get to do it. So he has the same kind of issue that Lian She has, where the thing that's the coolest about him, you kind of you have to do an attack, do your summon, and then do the same attack, and then do the charge attack. He's fun. His traits are amazing. Okay, they really are. Like bestowing Slade and normal is nice. His unique weapon ones are kind of bad, but the move set is pretty fun. It's pretty good. I see him brought up as a character people think is really bad. He's really not. I'm putting him in B above Yu Ying right here, below Wei Yan. The mobility is an issue, but as long as you're smart about it, you can build a pretty strong Guanping if you're focusing on torchbearers and using the slams to your advantage. Again, if you get infinite summons, you can't slam anymore. It is what it is, right? Think about this now. I guess you could actually quick summon and then you have your slam on the first time, but it just feels like a lot of unwieldy stuff to think about for something that it's strong, but it's not something that's worthy of higher than B tier. So I know people like this character too. There's people that really like him. I'm leaving him in B. He's just a little bit too awkward. Let's move on from Guanping. We've been on him for a while. Guan Yinping, very underrated character in my opinion. She makes Molecular Core Heroes with Shu to appear. That's great. Rerolls by 8 of Crystal Saplings. We get 15% attack every Might emblem. Awesome. She has Might. And then she finds Shu more often, so she's going to find Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. That's 45% attack right out of the gate. She can also get Meng Huo, who is now Shu, and he has Might too. So you're at 60% bonus with the Shu more likely to appear. Pretty great. And then 70% attack for 30 seconds after every 1,000 second of hits. Her unique action, during some of her charge attacks, you can press the movement button to increase the number of spins she does with her maces. Great emblems. Might, Flower of War, and Torchbearer all have great building options for her attack and barrier damage. The moveset is incredible. Her charge 6 is outstanding. Her EX attacks are really good. She buffs her attack speed with her YY, which is just nuts, her charge 1. This is a very strong character. Her moveset doesn't have a lot of mobility on it, but it's just so powerful. We're putting her in S right there. I think she's stronger than Zhuge Liang, period, you know? She's a very powerful character, and she deserves to be up here in S. Fa Zhang, 50% attack for 20 seconds when being hit by an enemy. Charge attack by 5% increase whenever you clear a phase. 7% attack of your Shu emblem. Charges Muso when you inflict disorient. Unique action, he lays down a magic carpet and then teleports it. This guy is kind of like the Aladdin, I guess, Dynasty Warriors. Cringe, I guess, to say, whatever. Wisdom and Wind, shoe strategist, not a lot to work with there. On his emblems, he's a gimmick character. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. The carpet thing is fun. His moveset's actually not terrible. It's not that bad. His traits are actually pretty good, but he's a gimmick character. I mean, it's cute to play with. He's not my favorite to use. I don't go out of my way to use Fa Zhang. I'd rather not use him over a lot of other people. I don't like think about using him a lot. A newer character, unfortunately, I wish he was better, but I got to leave him in D. I'll put him at the top of D because his traits are just so good. It's crazy, but not fun enough to be above D for me. Okay, Jiang Wei. Traits, let's talk about those first. We get attack, defense, Muso charge, assemble charge by 50% when we level up. Awesome. Especially the assemble charging, that's really, really good. It means you can assemble way more than you normally would be able to. We replenish health on level up as our default trait. Traversal 6. Look out. It's over for you. We charge Muso on shock. That's okay. We forgive Jiang Wei for having a Muso trait. He triples formation slot bonus effects. This is the only character that has this trait. It's incredibly powerful. Elegant emblems, but very strong strength and skill. So MYS and Munashige are both in play to buff his attack. Brave General, Commander, Talent, these all have things that can be built into. He's a great character. His moveset is awesome. The traits, one of the best traits in the game, tripling formation slot bonus effects. The Muso is kind of bad. With Jiang Wei, one thing is like most of his attacks are really good. They have a ton of verticality. He's flying all over the battlefield, jumping up into the air. You can actually use a lot of his verticality to dodge attacks. You know what you're doing with him. One of those guys, I think if you use him a lot, you will actually play even better than you possibly could with other people. But other attacks, it's like kind of phoning it in a little bit. Hate to say it, but it's like, really? He literally just kind of twirled the thing around a couple times. It's weird. He's still an S for sure. His traits are so powerful, and his moveset is pretty fun. I'm putting him here with Sao P. I think he's more fun to play with than Sao P, but he's up here for his traits primarily. They're just so good. He's good otherwise too, but S has got some heavy hitters up here, man. These are some dogs up here. Okay, you gotta be pretty special to get past a lot of this stuff. Like SSX even is like that character's great. That character's really fun. So you gotta have a lot going on to be up here, in my opinion. Zing Sai, okay. 7% defense for shoe emblems, 50% bonus strength emblems, very cool. Muso charge by 20% for King Shield. 20% is crazy. It really is a lot. And then we get experience increased by 100%. It is defeated with Muso attacks. Unique action, she will block attacks during her normal attacks, which is really cool. And it happens. I mean, you'll notice her blocking attacks all the time. Skill, MYS in play. Flower of War, Torchbearer, King Shield all have things that you can use to buff your barrier damage, your attack. She's great. She's great. I mean, she's more than great in my opinion. I think that the Shield Surf EX attack is outrageously strong. She buffs herself with her YY, which I always love. The Muso is incredible. She just rushes forward with the shield, clears everybody out. With her traits, she is not going to die. You're going to clear a lot more content than you would normally with this character. She's incredibly powerful. I'm putting her in S. I'm going to put her below Xiao Chao just because obviously looking at this list, you kind of understand what I'm looking for in characters that are super strong. Like these three right here all have insane range, right? And they have an attack that sweeps across the battlefield real fast, does a ton of damage, and just leaves people in their wake, right? And it's on one of their base attacks, you know? Like Zhang Fei, all of his attacks feel like an EX attack because they're so strong. Like they're insane. But characters like Xing Sai, Zhu Shu, and Xiao Chao, they have something with their attacks that is just like, wow, this is what we need on the battlefield in Muso Abyss. So really, really happy with what the development team did with Xing Sai. She's in my favorites list in Abyss for a reason. Love this character. She is in S tier and high up in S tier. Before we get into Jin, I just wanted to touch on something here. I've thought some more about how the S tier is going to have the most characters in it by far. And I thought of another point that I wanted to bring up here with that. So when they did Transcendence, right, they went in with the idea that they were going to make these characters better. And I think they did that with a lot of them and made their traits more impactful. A lot of the new characters as well end up in S tier just because they know what people like. So just wanted to say that up front before we start with Jin. So I know there's going to be a lot of people talking about how many people I have in S, but I think it's a good thing for the game that there's so many fun characters to use that are strong. So that's all I wanted to say on that. So Jin is sort of the jock faction to me all the time. They feel like they're, the cool kids, the cool table at school. They've all kind of got a very suave attitude, a very kind of devil may care attitude. But they're strong. Let's not waste too much time here. We're moving on to Suma Yi. So when the game came out, Suma Yi was one of the strongest characters in the game. He was the strongest. His One of his traits was bugged, so he was doing obscene amounts of damage to people. I don't know what it was. I wasn't there for this, but he was actually broken, and they fixed it with a patch. Look at his traits here. He gets total wisdom and was increased by 70%. Not that great. Charges Muso when you inflict freeze on enemies. Also, kind of not that great. Shortens summon cooldown for all heroes by 50% when health is below 80%. That's really nice. Hopefully you don't have your health below 80%. I don't really believe in these builds where you have your health low, and you're trying to keep your health below a certain level to get some trait. I don't like managing that. I'd rather just be at full health and be fine. But I understand the viability there. His last one, though, increasing attack by 50% toward enemies with freeze. Obviously, with Mitsunari Ishida, that's a very powerful trait now, and it was at the time as well. He has unique actions here where he affixes the light sphere to an enemy with his target attack 2 through 5, and then he does an explosion of that sphere with the target attack 1 just pressing Y, or the one at the end, target attack 6, after you press X 5 times and then Y. He has got strength and wisdom, so Munashige, MYS, Wei, Jin. So really nice they have all this Wei stuff here, and strategists are all relevant for his emblems. Suma Yi, for me, is a character that I find just a little bit boring to use. He's incredibly powerful. It would be foolish, just absolutely foolish, to not have him in S tier. So we're not going to go that far, not having him in S. But I think I'm going to put him like right here, maybe. He's just not someone that I go out of my way to use, and I feel like he's kind of fallen out of fashion a little bit with things like the wisdom emblems. Like that was great when we were using Soaring Blade to get extra summon skill shots for more blades on the Soaring Blade, but now that we have Penetrating Blade being so strong and Earth Obliteration, it's not as relevant anymore. Muso is not good; it never has been, but he does deserve to be an S. I mean, those light spheres I was talking about, you're not even really going to think about him because you're going to be blowing up the whole board. His moveset's still really great. It really is. It's an awesome moveset. It's just not one of my favorite characters to play with. So he's in the middle of S for me. All right, Suma Shi, the first son of Suma Shi, or Suma Yi. Let's look at his traits to start with. He gets 50% attack for charge attacks against barriers, very nice. 15% defense for regen emblem, that's fine. Muso charging for gen emblems, okay. 15% attack for commander emblems, that's okay. I mean, there's a lot of commanders, more than you think. Skills, so MYS is in play. Torchbearer is nice. A lot of Torchbearer support now with his brother Suma Shi, as well as Lian Shi. Wei and Jin as well, of course, with talent for some people like Zhu Shu and Peng Tong. If you wanted to, you could use them to buff him as well. But Suma Shi has an awesome moveset. His EX attacks in particular are great. Some of his attacks are kind of underwhelming, but those EX attacks make up for it. His base attack speed is extremely high. He is just clipping across the battlefield here. The charge 4 EX, huge range. He like flies through the air and then slashes down with this huge slash, crushing armies. The charge 6 EX feels like a Muso attack, just keeps going. It has like a secondary explosion after it's done. You think it's done, it's not done. That's what you use against bosses too. His Muso is all right, but his symbol finisher is great. His symbol finisher covers a lot of ground, tons of slashes on it. He is S tier really on the basis of his X attacks here. He was in the wrong spot there, but I'm putting him in S tier. I'm going to put him right above his dad, but he's not quite as fun for me to go past this sort of murderer's row of very fun, very strong S tier characters. So we'll put him just above Papa there. Wang Yuanji, very underrated character. Most of her attacks feel like an EX attack. They just have really great range, or they do a crazy amount of damage in a specific area. Her actual EX attacks are also just incredible. She's got great phase clearing potential. She'll kind of jump in the air, throw down the blades, they'll explode. Her icicles that she drops down are massive. She throws a dome of death with one of her attacks. And then her charge 6 is this perimeter strike of like ice missiles. Kills everybody in a full circle all the way around her. We didn't talk about her traits yet, but her traits are incredible. One of the best traits of the Jin faction here. She gets a symbol charging with Jin emblems, which is, as you know, is my favorite thing to get. She shortens summon cooldown by 20% for heroes with the talent emblem, which would include people like Nobuyuki Sanada, which is one of the stronger summon skills in the game. Increase that by 17% for every Jin emblem. She has a Sin Spewer trait. Well, we will not hold that against her because the rest of her traits are amazing. And then as far as possessions go, Charm and Ice with Talent Wei Jin. Not the most helpful thing as far as what you can expect from buffing, but with her moveset being so powerful where it feels like you're doing EX attacks all the time, and her Muso also being extremely strong. She's going in S, and I'm going to put her above Sumasha. We're just going to keep slotting people, I guess, in here. I'm not putting anyone past Shahadun right now, at least not yet. I think he's kind of the standard for me. He's the gatekeeper right now for being fun. So you got to get past him for fun. But I think she deserves to be up here in terms of the strength of her traits as well. All right, this is the character we featured in our video for Jin, Zhang Chinua. She traits first. Let's look at those. She gets health restored increased by 50% from Peaches. Her health recovery rate in general boosted by 30%. She gets a symbol charge, which is great, by 10% for every talent emblem, and replenishes health by 2% after every 50 enemies defeated. Does not have any unique actions. Her emblems are pretty weak, just Wei Jin and talent with charm and Slay. Limited options there as far as building with her. Jing Chunawat, I really like using her. I had her in my favorites, and I actually removed her from my favorites after I played with her during that video, or for that video, unfortunately. There's just limited scaling with her kit. Nothing helps her damage. With this healing, you're going to clear anything that you want to. You're just going to have not the best time because she just does not do enough damage. I love the threaded claws. I think they're really, really fun. But we're going to put her in B. I'm going to put her above Guan Ping. I'm going to put her above Guoja, I think, and right below Wang Yi. These are very similar feeling characters, and I think Wang Yi might be a little bit more fun and a little bit stronger than Chinawa. So that's a good spot for me right there in B. All right, we're on to the second son here of Sima Yi, Sima Zhao. His traits, let's look over them. He gets shortened summon cooldown for heroes by 20% when health is above 80%. That's great. It feels kind of bad if you do take damage, he's got a Sin Spewer trait. Just skip over that. A symbol charging for every Jin emblem. It's good, but again, there's not that many Jin. There's only 6 Jin. So if you don't find them, which you may not, because you're not, they're not really looking for them. They don't have good summon skills. So besides Shang Chinawa giving you the meat buns to heal, whatever. Increased attack by 4% every speed emblem, just pretty bad. To be honest, it's not good because I mean, if I get 10 speed during a run, I'm happy. If I get 4 speed, I'm happy. If I get 5, I'm happy. So a lot of the time, we're getting 16 to 40% bonus with that trait. It's just not what I go for, to be honest. We get the shock waves here, at least with the chart attack. Those are cool. They're fun. A lot of positions here, he's got speed, which means he is able to get the INA, any tactic buff. I don't think I mentioned INA before, but I remembered her while I was doing this tier list with Torchbearer. So Sumashu can buff him, as they can buff each other, obviously. Wei, Jin, and talent. So they all pretty much have talent on the Jin. But Suma Zhao, for me, this is kind of a they massacred my boy situation. I loved his surfing attack in Warriors Orochi 3. And in that one, you just do the slashes, and then he just kicks right into somebody, and he's just surfing on them and surfing through the crowd, right? In this one, he has to do a whole first kick, and then he does a second kick, and it's like it feels wonky. It feels not as fun, and I mean the shockwaves are great. The moveset is strong. His traits are just bad. His Muso is okay. It's not that good. If you couldn't tell, we're gonna end up putting in an A, and I think I'm gonna put him. I'll put him above Ganning because he's still really good. But I think Ma Chao being the top of A is gonna be correct. It probably will remain that way the whole time, to be honest. But it's really more about what he was, what he could have been, what I remember him being, and what he is now, which is not what his potential is, in my opinion. You're probably not going to have a problem using him, but his traits kind of are bad, and they messed up his surfing move, which is the most fun thing about him. Okay, Zhang Hui, let's take a look at him. He gets 3% attack when you move on to the next wave without not being hit by enemy attack. Max 100%. That's pretty nice. You'll end up building up a decent amount of attack from this. You get selectable portals increased by 1 if you don't take damage. Again, it's pretty nice. And if you do something where you go for a King Cauldron, the next thing you see will have the 3 portals if you're on Traversal 6, which is cool. Charges Muso when you acquire XP, and then he gets more experience from defeating with Muso attacks. So those two feed into each other. He does not have any unique actions. He has skill and wisdom, so MYS is in range, wage, and in talent. But I mean, Zhang Hui, moveset wise, with his attack range and the a way he can just rocket up the levels, get super strong super quickly, and you're just kind of overwhelming the phases with damage from not being hit and having whatever portal you want. He's one of the best characters in the game. He's going in high S here. I'm trying to think of where to put him. I think I'll do here. This is one of the best characters in the game. You could argue for him being a god, just because of his range. What he does with his Muso is insane. He just can fly through the battlefield, not take any damage, and then you have all these nice things. You're getting more portals. You're leveling up more. It always just feels very easy and very strong when you're playing with Zhang Hui. He's just one of those characters. He can really do whatever you want him to do. He's incredible. I've used him a ton from videos with portal selection, so I know how good he is, and he's great. Moving into other, we're looking at Zheng Zhao. He gets Members of the Dead. Members of the Dead triggered more frequently. 3 crystal beats from the start. Wow. He gets flame attributes applied to his attacks. Just normal from just whatever. He has normal attacks with flame. Okay. He gets 3% health replenishing when you try in projectiles. He does not have a unique action. He's got Yellow Turban, which is worthless. Other than companion stuff. There's some incredible companion things you can do with that. We're not talking about that. Independent is pretty good. Talent is okay, pretty good. This was a surprising one for me with Zhang Jiao. He's really fun to use, and I don't know if I remembered how fun he was to use. He's a little bit slow, but his X attacks are incredible. They make up for it, right? On his EX1, where you just press Y twice, he floats in the air, becomes imbued with the will of heaven. His XC5 just nukes the entire screen. His Muso is one of the best in the game. He calls down meteors that just fill the whole screen. He's just a monster. He's got 3 crystal beads from the start, which is incredible. You can save them, you can use them right away to get really powerful. He kind of lets you do whatever you want. The Memories of the Dead being triggered more frequently means that you can get more crystal beads, even more than you do. You think you're going to. He has the flame attribute on normal attacks. You've got flame there. If you just focus flame, there's all this new flame stuff with SSX and Huangai and YYS. Now you can use YYS and Maturity Murasana as well. Flame obviously having a huge buff. Zhang Jiao is one of those characters. He just does what he says he's going to do on the 10 and then some. I'm putting him in S, and I'm going here, man. I mean, I don't know. I can't think of a reason not to. I was really surprised when I used him again how strong he felt. It's tough to. I guess you can't really think of any way to build with him, but I can't think of a reason to not put him that high in S tier. I really do think he's that good. I just do. Okay, Dong Zhuo, non-origin mode, obviously. We get 100% increased amount of tears of blood we receive. We get 50% attack towards charge attack or enemy barriers. We get increased attack when we interrupt a telegraph attack, and we get 5% attack for every 1,000 tears of blood we possess. It's one of these horde characters. We set our bombs with charge attack 2 through 5, and then if we just press Y one time, we blow up all the bombs, which is pretty cool. He's got Brave General, Might, Ruler. Those are all great. He didn't used to have Brave General or Might. This is a character that benefited immensely from Transcendence, okay? Dong Zhuo, he's kind of a love him or hate him type of character. I, ironically, having said that, kind of land in the middle with him. If you have his X attacks are really good. And his Muso it's one of the best Musos in the game. With the Might and the Brave General stuff and all that being said, even though he just stands still way too much, I'm gonna put him in C here. I'll put him right here. A little bit more fun to play with than these guys. The bomb stuff is really fun. The stuff they gave him with Transcendence is just so great, right? If you can get a lot of Tears of Blood hoarded, you'll have a lot of attack. He's not that bad to use. He does just stand still too much. I mean, that's the problem. Like looking at this character and talking about kind of what I think of as great characters, or people that are allowed to stand still because they're so strong and their moves are covering so much of an area, or it's a character that does not stand still and just crushes, right? Just crushes the enemy all around them all the time. So Dong Zhuo, unfortunately, just stands still a little bit too long. So he's going to stay down here in C tier, which I think is a good ranking for Dong Zhuo, to be honest. He could be a lot worse. We've arrived here to the moment some of you have probably been waiting for. This is Yuan Shao default mode, who I said was the worst character in the game. In the previous tier list, I said that he was completely unusable, pretty much, was just horrible. Let's talk about him as he is now post Transcendence, post buffs, honestly. So we get Muso charging for Grace Emblems, not great. Attack and defense by 3% for each allied hero. Okay, they gave him something here. We get a symbol charging on shock. That's awesome. Amount of Tears of Blood increased by 100%. Pretty great. His emblems are still terrible with Charm and Bolt. At least you get... With Bolt, you could do Dong Zhuo now. I mean, Zhang Liao. You could do Zhang Liao now with Bolts because that is something to get attack from. But otherwise, almost no attack scaling to be found in these emblems. That was one of his original problems. Yuan Shao at this point, these traits are too good, and the fact that he heals with his default Muso, like he heals himself with his Muso attack. His moveset is still terrible. You can use the charge 3, okay? But he's gonna go in D, and he's gonna be right here behind Fajang because the traits are just so good. Like his traits are too good to be below D tier. They really went out of their way to give him some really heavy hitting stuff in that trait kit, to where he is kind of hard to kill now. If you build into shock, you're going to be assembling a lot. You're going to be healing with your Muso. So Traversal 6 is very doable for him at this point. You still, if you get his X attacks make him worse. That's just how it is. His X attacks are bad. You actually want to avoid getting them if you can. We talked about that before in the past, but his Muso attack also, the range was massively buffed. Let's stop talking about Yuan Shao default. Let's move on. Moving on to Yuan Shao alternate form. We get an increased total number of emblems by 30% if you have 12 or more of the same emblem. What this means is when you reach 12 emblems, you get like 3 bonus emblems right off the top once you hit that. So if you get to 12 skill, you'll get to 14 to get the bonus, to get the attribute always applied. He increases attack for summoned heroes by 20%, replenishes health by 5% after every consecutive hits, which is pretty nice, having something to restore health besides his Muso attack. And we get attack and attack against barriers by 20% for each treasure. So you're getting 60% attack against barriers and normal attack by the end of the run. He did get 2 charm now, which is funny. I mean, nothing else really matters in his thing, as we talked about in his kit. He actually loses the bolt, which would have been helpful for Zhang Liao. But these traits are even better. I mean, they just are. They're even better. So that's going to bump Yuan Shao default up a whole tier into C, and he's going to be right there at the end. But at least he's up there in C. He made it into C tier. They engineered a C tier Yuan Shao by giving him just the most insane cracked things ever, where he has a buff to summoned heroes. He gets some bonus emblems when he gets to 12, and he has crazy attack scaling that is pretty much guaranteed to happen, and health gain that is guaranteed to happen. So they did it. They cooked, as they say. Here we are, the unofficial mascot besides Xiao Yun, Lu Bu. Makes defeated enemies explode, doing damage to your enemies. It's amazing. It's really cool. Charges Muso when you inflict shock on enemies. Okay, fine, whatever. 30% attack increase for every Lu Bu army emblem, and there are a lot of Lu Bu army, more than you would think. The Zhang Liao connection, if you have Diao Chan in her default form, which you should if you're using Lu Bu, in my opinion, because you get her unique tactic as well if you have her in her default form. And then now you have Lu Bu Origins as well, helping out with that. So you can get a lot of attack from this trait, and then you get 80% attack and defense if you have Red Hair Treasure. There are ways now to help you get that with treasure rerolls, with the banning the sealing feature to seal off more treasures. There's certain companions that increase likelihood of seeing either red hair or Hideyoshi, I think, is the one that makes it more likely for you to see the treasure that activates your traits. But we're not talking about that, as I said, but it's just worth mentioning. 2 vigor, a skill, and a bolt, just an insane amount of emblems. Brave General, might. I was going to like try to make a joke and be like, oh, as Lu Bu's go from Dynasty Warriors games, as they are, whatever, blah blah blah. We're not gonna mess around. He's a god, particularly from his charge 2 EX, where he does a whole bunch of charge 3, he does a whole bunch of attacks, and then he rushes forward and grabs somebody and slams him into the ground, and a giant shockwave goes off. He's invincible. Once he starts charging forward and grabbing the guy, he's invincible. That's an invincible animation. So you can do that pretty consistently, and you're just invincible. All of his attacks are great. His Muso is nuts. His traits have insane scaling. One of the few characters you can actually reliably build personal attack with. And he's just super fun to use. His moveset is nuts. The original god and deserving of, for right now, the top spot in the gods tier. We'll get to that. Base Diao Chan. Increase total charm emblems by 70%. It's incredible. 18% attack for Dongzhuo Army emblem. Great. Replenishing health by 1% after every 50 enemies defeated. Also very good. And we get an experience increased by 100%. Enemies defeated with Muso attacks. We have Charm and Bolts with Lubu Army, Dongzhuo Army, and Grace. She already gives herself a little bit of a buff there with that. She can get barrier damage from Lu Linchi. I forgot to mention that for Lubu as well. Diao Chan is one of my favorite characters to use in this game. I'm going to go ahead and do this, and then we'll explain why we are doing it. Diao Chan is a god. Now, here's why. Okay? Let's say you have 8 skill, which for the purpose of this tier list, and I may have explained this earlier, but I may not have. We're assuming that all Dynasty Warriors characters have 8 skill and have their AX attacks. You have Diao Chan. You have entered the phase. You press Y twice. You've just buffed your attack speed and your attack. You press X, Y. You do 2 gigantic whip slashes that kill everyone in front of you, everyone that you aim it at, and then you slide away from danger. The slide was actually nerfed. The slide distance was nerfed, which I did notice that. I don't know why you did that, Omega Force, but I did notice it. And let's say you still have people left after you've done all that. You press B, you are now doing one of the strongest Muso attacks in the entire game that goes on forever, sucks everyone into a vortex, and kills them. And you're getting 70% bonus charm emblems. 70% of the best emblem in the game, that the more of it you have, the more likely you are to win the game. You have a guaranteed healing trait that goes off very often. You are using your Incredible Muso attack to level up more often from your experience gain. And you have consistent scaling with Dongzhuo Army emblems, which got better from Dongzhuo Origin being added to the game. I'm not going to make any more of a case for that, but she's amazing. She's an incredible character, and if anyone says otherwise, I think they're wrong. How about that? That's as nice as I'm willing. That's as harsh as I'm willing to get. Is that I think they're wrong. Now, let's talk about alternate Diao Chan. We get 50% bonus charm emblems, 5% bonus attack for every charm emblem. We get attack and attack speed for 5 seconds after evading, and attack towards enemy barriers. She has skill, so MYS is now in play. Flower of War, which has even more scaling and independent. Loses Lubu Army, but has independent, which helps as well with some attack scaling options with things like Yumiya, things like Magoichi Saika you could do technically. But I don't know which one I think is better. I think that Diao Chan alternate is a little bit better, has a little bit of an edge because of having the Flower of War being added, and a little bit more consistent attack scaling with the charm emblems. Because 70% is a lot. It's kind of a little bit too much, right? Like you're gonna get a lot of charm emblems anyway because that's what you're going for. But having the extra attack scaling from that, you probably are going to get a little bit more than you would with normal Diao Chan. So we'll put her just above sister Diao Chan. Lu Linchi, a very interesting character. We get attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds after evading. Okay. Charged attacks get 50% bonus on barriers. 20% attack for every Lubu Army emblem. Pretty good. Attack and defense 50% for 40 seconds when you acquire a Peach. The unique tactic, we quickly press the left stick to the left, bottom, or right while throwing the weapon during charge attack to modify the attack. More on that in a moment. Speed, so INA is in play. Flower of War, Torchbearer, really great emblems here. A lot of synergies that are possible. Lu Linchi, I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to waste too much time on this. I'm going to put her in A. The reason she's in A, and I'm going to put her. Yeah, that looks good. I'll put her in A. I'm trying to make the tier list look cool here. I know there's kind of some blank space here and there, but this is the best way I can find right now to display all of the tiers, and also so you guys can see who's next. Because I at the bottom, because I know when I watch Joe's videos, I like looking down there to see who's coming up, so I can think about what the person's going to say about that character. So put Lu Linchi in A as a reminder right here. The reason for this really just comes down to her unique action. I find when I'm using her, I'm just like spamming the left stick in any direction I can because the timing is so tight. And then that whirlwind effect that happens, it's cool. I don't think it's really worth the mental energy of doing it so much. And it just, I don't know, the payoff is just not there for me for how much thought you got to put into it. She's strong enough to be an A. I mean, her moveset is good, and her traits are also really good. And she's got Flower of War and Torchbearer, so you can really build a lot with her. She deserves to be an A, but personal preference for me is just a little bit too much going on with the left stick, and the timing is it's just annoying. Her move speed is slow too. That's kind of a throwaway line, but it is worth mentioning. Chen Gong. Okay. Traits first. It makes me lucky for heroes with Brave General emblem to appear crystal saplings. We get a symbol duration by 50% increase. It's an incredible trait. We increase our Muso gauge by 20% for every Lubu army emblem. Muso gauge charge by 7% for every Brave General emblem. He has no unique actions. Strategist, Wisdom, and Bolt. So not super great. You can work in Zhang Liao technically for attack bonus. Strategist, you could do Zushu, a couple other things for that with attack, but not too many. Qin Gong is one of my least favorite characters to use in the entire game. Probably not a surprise if you've been around here and know how I feel about him. I'm gonna put him down here in Guardian of Peace, and they're very similar kind of guys, right? Jashu and Chen Gong. They have similar personalities. They have similar occupations, you might say, similar reputations, you might say. That's not why he's down here. He's down here because his moveset is terrible. His moveset is terrible. His Muso attack is horrendous. It feels terrible using him. You're trying to live the whole time. His traits, the first two traits with the Morbid Generals appearing and increased to symbol duration are amazing. Like they're really good. And he needs that. He needs something that strong. So other characters can do the work for him. They knew when they made this character, you're not going to do anything else with him. You're going to be relying on your assemble all the time. So when you're using Qin Gong, you have to just use him as if he's a blank nothing character and just focus on your summons because you're not going to get anything out of his move set or his Muso attack or anything else about him besides those traits. What can I say? I really don't like him at all. So that's the end of it, I guess. Ming Huo. All right, we revive once on the trait there. Very nice. We get attack increased by 80% each time you revive, so it kind of incentivizes you to finalize a revival, which there's a lot of revival in this game. There's a few members of the dead you can find. You can do Oichi, her unique tactic, or her as a companion. You can have a Record of Sin that you use, which I did in my video. Add 10% to max health raised using peach trees. I don't do that. I don't use peach trees. We get attack and defense by 50% for 45 cents, which is pretty long when you acquire a peach. If you use the Mitsunari Ishida companion that gives you peach when you inflict status infliction, you will be healed constantly and you will pretty much have this buff up all the time. Companions said I wouldn't talk about companions because there's too many, but I am going to mention them sometimes. So it is what it is. We perform a charge attack to modify the weapon. Let's talk. We're going to talk about that in a second here. Shu, Independent, Ruler, and Might. These are incredible emblems. Lots of scaling potential. Honest, like obviously with that, with Shu, with Might from Rachel, Independent having some buffing options. But let's talk about Minghuo a little bit. Okay, the modified weapons. What do they do? The mushroom spits poison at people. It's fun. It does nothing against bosses. The coconuts, I think the coconuts just fly out and then they sit on the ground. I can't figure out what the coconuts do besides fly out and sit on the ground. Breaking in here with editing dubs, Qden and Whole Train help me out on this one and let me know that you can use the coconuts by swapping back to the club and then smacking them. So just wanted to cover that here. Doesn't really change my ranking for him, but just wanted to make sure I covered it. Thanks to you both. You guys are awesome. This is why I'm saying, guys, in the comments, let me know. Educate me. All right. The best thing about his moveset is probably that war cry that he does with his YY when you have 8 skill with him. I think Minghuo, for a lot of people, they feel like he's one of the worst characters in the game. He is not one of the worst characters in the game. I think he's kind of in this silly but kind of fun to use tier here with Peng Tong and Huang Zhang, where it's interesting to use him. He's strong enough to not be in D, and he's at least interesting enough to not be in D as well, I would say. So I think C is right for him. I wish he felt better. I wish he was more fun to use, but he isn't. I mean, what else is there to say? I guess Zhu Rong gets 50% attack for 20 seconds when hit by an enemy. Increase total speed items by 50%. She increases attack by 50%. Her name is with burn. Attack speed whenever the target attack. Who cares about that? She has got speed, so INA, Shu, Independent, Brave General, Flower of War. Incredible emblems here. All of them have pretty good attack scaling options. Obviously, we talked about already. Zhu Rong has incredible traits here that have gotten better over time. With the speed emblem bonus, you could use Momiji technically to get a ton of speed and then attack scaling with that. The attack enemies with burn, we've already talked about. You can add in Huang Gai, SSX, YYS for a huge burn attack damage build. And then otherwise, I mean, her X attacks are very strong. The Muso is very strong. A very satisfying move set. The boomerang, it just hits all the right damage zones. It feels like you're controlling the battlefield, like you're able to do kind of whatever you want to do as far as getting around with the bonus speed emblems. She just kind of is able to walk through a lot of stuff, which is really nice. If you couldn't tell, she's going to be an S. I think right there makes sense for her. I think she's a little bit better than SSX, and her traits are a little bit stronger, even though SSX's traits are incredible, but just a little bit stronger. So we'll put her here in S, mostly for the burn traits, but also for a very strong moveset. Very underrated, very strong moveset. Zosi, hold up. Let's read the traits first, okay? He revives twice, 30% to all attribute emblems, meaning anything with elements. I don't know why they say attributes, they mean elements. Deals extra wound damage to all enemies, including level bosses, and upgrades wound damage. Increases total of all attribute emblems by 50% if you have Book of Art of Concealment treasure. That's 80% bonus to his attribute emblems. Independent, grace, and talent. It frankly does not matter what his emblems are. Zoc is the god. He is number 1. Right now, I have not finished tier list, but he might stay right there. When I use this guy in my introductory video for him, I did one attack and said, this is the best character in the game. Because that's just how he feels, man. He's got the lasers that are just all encompassing. His attack speed is insane. He can nuke the entire screen. His Muso attack is Diao Chan's, but better. I got the Ong build where you have 18 of all elements. So he's got three of each orb spinning around him when you get the Book of Art of Concealment. You have something to go for with the wound damage. So you kind of just build in as much wound as you can at the start. Just literally grab almost anything. He can do anything. Whatever you try to do is going to work. He is the best character in the game right now. I'm almost positive I'm going to look through the rest of the characters when I'm doing the tier list for sure. But this is the guy. He can do it all. He's the best. Period. The newest character, Dong Bai. 5% attack for every 2,000 tears of blood consumed, max 200%. 5 King Cauldron rerolls, very cool. When you acquire Tears of Blood, increase the attack of Char type by 50% for 10 seconds, kind of cool. 4% bonus attack each time you clear a danger zone. We have no unique actions, Charm and Slay with Flower of War and Torchbearer. Very nice combination we talked about. There's a lot of Torchbearer synergy now with the Jin characters. Flower of War has a ton of attack synergy as well with Kai, the Tellier girls. We've discussed this already. Let's talk about Dong Bai though. Okay, the King Cauldron rolls are obviously amazing. The normal attacks are just quite limited, so that gets you in trouble occasionally. Like she just is kind of attacking up to 3 people in front of her. She just doesn't have a lot of range. I know that she's good. It's just not quite there for me with her move set. There's a little bit too much standing still on her charge 3 EX attack. Just doesn't really wow me as a character. I like this Tears of Blood thing. I think it's cool, but I know she's good. I'm putting her in A. I'll put her. I'll put her here. Here. She's probably better than this. It's a personal thing for me with Dong Bai. It just doesn't quite jive with how I play. One funny thing is her Muso, like she stomps the ground and you're like, okay, what's going on? And then a giant explosion happens. So she's kind of a fake out character in that way where it seems like she's not that good and then she's suddenly incredible. And that's kind of how it feels to play with her. I just wish it felt a little bit better. And like the King Cauldron rerolls, like to be honest, if we're in Origin mode, are you really going to go to a King Cauldron when you have limited portals? I don't know. I mean, maybe you do. You know, I mean, you want to consume them for her attack to increase. So it's a different way to play the game, which is admirable. But she's just not quite there for me to be above an A tier. So there she is. We're moving into samurai characters. I want to remind people that they have divergence attacks, which are the charge attack version, or hyper attacks, where you can press Y to do an attack chain instead of just X on samurai characters. In this situation, as I've explained, I'm going to use the same convention to describe hyper attack diversion attacks as I do on normal attacks, meaning for Dynasty Warriors characters, if you press YY, that's your charge 1. And then XY would be your charge 2. I'm going to keep that the same, even though it's technically not the same. We're just going to pretend that they all have a YY attack, even though they don't, just to keep things congruent here. But don't want to waste too much time on it. Just wanted to explain that a little bit. We're going to start with Nobunaga Oda. Reading through his traits, we get 10% attack for every Oda emblem. There's a lot more Oda than it seems. This character's like Hideyoshi Toyotomi, Kanbei Kuroda. A lot of Oda is hanging out there that you don't realize when you first see this, of just the Oda people. We charge Muso when you inflict wound on enemies. That's fine. We get attack increase for summoned heroes by 50%. Incredible. And an explosion that damages nearby enemies when you destroy enemy barriers. Really great because it counts like rank and file enemies as having a tiny barrier. Like all of them have a small barrier, so they end up all exploding regardless. We get skill, charm, and slay. So MYS is in play. Oda and talent being the main things that are relevant here. for attack scaling. So Nobunaga, obviously, he's got amazing traits. His charge 4, in particular, one of my favorite attacks in the game, where he like goes like this, and then an aura explodes out of him. It's super easy to use, and it feels very strong, especially during phases. Divergent 6, he floats up into the air and fires like a bomb down that explodes. His Muso is awesome. Basically, just touches the ground. The whole ground starts erupting in this purple flame. He has an unlisted unique trait where when he's like glowing, sort of, if you press the charge attack button after he's glowing, he'll do like a corkscrew through the enemies, similar to Huang Gai's unique trait. He's a super fun character. One of my favorite samurai characters, typically in the games. And if you couldn't tell by how I'm talking about him, we're going to put him in S. And I'm going to put him here next to Suma Yi, kind of deserving of being there with having an amazing trait and just being more fun than Suma Yi, but not quite as fun as Suma Shi here. So S for Nobunaga. Mitsuhide Akachi. Increase total skill items by 50%. Increase attack by 15% for your Master Gunner emblem. That's okay. There's more than you think, and it's a good amount of attack. You can kind of just naturally get like 60% or so during a run. Muso charge gain when health 100%. Not something I care about. Muso charge when destroying projectiles. Again, don't particularly care. Skill and ice with Oda and talent. Master Gunner, I guess you can do some things with that, like with Magoichi Saika. Now, Mitsuhide Akachi is very similar feeling to Nobunaga. They both have great attack speed and reach, something I didn't really mention on their normal attacks. He's got great forward momentum while attacking. He's moving through the phases through the enemies with a very efficient and deadly precision. I love his charge attacks. 50% bonus skill emblems is obviously a monstrous trait with the current meta, with how strong skill is. By itself, that's worthy of an S tier for Mitsuhide. Otherwise, I mean, his charge attacks are so cool. Where he one of them, he makes a moon with his sword and then slashes through it. His charge 4, where he jumps in the air and does like a circle slash attack. It's not like this in this game, but in Warriors of Orochi 3, it's kind of bugged where every part of the sword hits as like its own attack, and it just deletes boss enemies. Akachi is a little bit less fun than Nobunaga, but they deserve to be right side by side because their traits are so great. Like Mitsuhide's skill bonus alone is better, like trait wise, than Nobunaga's kit, which is fully good. But Nobunaga is a little bit more fun than Mitsuhide, so I'm going to do it like this. Oichi, okay. Triggers memories of the dead more frequently, revives you when your health reaches 0 up to 1 times, increases Muso charge by 20% for every Azai emblem. Pretty bad trait. There are not many Azai in the game. At the start of each phase, replenish your health to 50%. If it's below 40%, that's not a good trait. I don't like that trait very much. She has got strength at least, so there's some relevancy with Munashige. Flower of War now has tons of support, and Oda obviously is fine. Looking at Oichi, her traits kind of allow her to stick around a lot more than she would normally. She's just too slow. I don't mind her attacks, really. You have to get into her moveset too far for her really good attacks. But she does have good enough attacks to warrant being in C tier for me, but we can't go above C. And I think I'm going to do this. I like using her more than DeChao, so we'll keep her down here in the C tier, unfortunately. I know she's a favorite character of a lot of people on the channel. Toshi Maeda, 7% attack for every Oda emblem. Very nice. Muso gauge charge for Toyotomi emblems. Okay. Increase attack by 50% towards enemies disorient. That's great. We get experience acquired by 100%. Enemies with Muso attacks. You know I love that trait. Oda, Toyotomi, and Brave General. Very nice emblems. Helps you out with your scaling. With speed, you can also do INA potentially for attack. But this was a character on revisit that I was honestly kind of surprised at how I felt about him in particular. Just he feels phoned in, on the revisit for me. He felt phoned in. There's a lot of end lag while he's standing there resheathing his weapons. His Muso is okay. I guess it's pretty good, but most of his attacks are not impressive. He just kind of does like a random slash and then it's over. But his traits are so good, he has to be in B. So we'll put him, I think, maybe below UHM right here. All right, another tier list adjustment's been made here. I promise this is the best that I can do with how many tiers I have and how many characters there are. There's going to be some blank spaces around. It kind of just is what it is, man. I'm doing what I can. Now, let's move on here. We're going to go to no. I know I kind of messed up the order of how things looked here, but we're going to go in order of what we see here in the images down below, starting now. All right, so with no, we have increased Muso charge by 10% for the Oda emblem. Fine. 5% attack for each Slay emblem. Okay, that's okay. That's all right. We get 50% attack against for charge attacks toward barriers. That's pretty cool. Replenishes health by 3% when he's throwing enemy barrier when he's throwing enemy projectiles. Charm and Slay, Oda and Grace, pretty terrible emblems. Not much you can do there with her attack scaling. However, with no, her charge attacks are just too good. I wasn't expecting to like her moveset as much as I did on the revisit, but the range on her normals, it looks bad when you're using her, but she makes up with it because with all of her charge attacks, they're just all so good. It's just not satisfying to use her necessarily because her normal attacks are so bad, but she's got to be an A. Her charge attacks are just, they're so good. And you've got this synergy here with her trait where they know her charge attacks are good, so they give her bonus damage with charge attacks on barriers. If she had gotten Flower of War, we could talk about S, but I think A is right because of just how strong she is. I mean, she has great coverage, great range with those charge attacks, and they're easy to get to. She's just got a good moveset. I don't know what else to tell you. All right, we're here on Ranmaru Mori. Let's talk about him. Attack and defense increase by 50% for 15 seconds when you summon Nobunaga Oda. Very unique trait, obviously. One of the only characters that has a specific person like this that he has to have to activate his trait. Replenishes 3% of your health if you destroy projectiles. Increase defense by 300% when health below 50. You get invulnerability for 3 seconds when hit by an enemy. And he's got Oda King Shield. At least he gets some barrier damage from Yoshihiro Shimazu now. But, this character, he escapes D because his charge attacks are good enough. He's gonna be below Yuan Shao. He forces you into one playstyle. His divergence attacks are a joke. He just kind of slams the ground with his divergence attacks. He's not a particularly fun character to use, but his charge attacks are good enough, and he has enough speed with his moveset to be in D. He's got ease of use 3-star. I don't know what they're thinking of when they make those rankings, but I don't think he's a 3-star ease of use. He's just not. Katsui Shibata, probably the name I feel like I am saying wrong almost every time. We get 50% attack toward enemies with shock, increase attack by 7% for every Oda emblem, increase Muso gauge charge by 15% for every Oda emblem, and shorten summon cooldown by 20% for heroes with Brave General. Pretty incredible traits, especially shortening the summon cooldown for Brave Generals. That's insane. Oda, Brave General, very efficient, very nice, very strong. Bolt, so you have that Zheng Liao possibility, plus Brave General, scaling there with the default Zheng Liao skin. Shibata is one of those characters where if you're pressing a button, you're doing a powerful attack. His traits are just amazing. They really are. Attack enemies with shock. It's not as meta as it was, but it's still really, really good. His Muso is pretty good as well. On his hyper attacks, he throws his axes forward. He's one of the strongest samurai characters in the game. I'm putting him in S right here because he's also just very fun to use. As long as you can get over his speed, which is at 101 to start, so just grab some speed and then you're good to go. They got to nerf him somehow with the speed, but other than that, he's a beast, man. He really is a beast. KG Meta, this is Whole Train's favorite character, longtime community member Whole Train. Probably see him in the comments a lot if you've been here for a minute. We get attack by 50% increase for 15 seconds when you interrupt an enemy's telegraphed attack. All right. We charge Muso Gauge when you inflict disorient on enemies. Okay. We get attack, defense, Muso Gauge charge, symbol gauge charge by 40% in danger zones. That's cool. That doesn't matter for bosses, but it's cool. And we get attack and defense by 80% if we have Matsukaze treasure. So I'm looking for that for sure because his other traits are not that great. And crazy emblems with vigor, speed, and wind. And he's got independent, Oda, Flower of War, Brave General, Uesugi. You can get barrier damage with Kanetsugu Naue. All of his emblems have scaling options with them. This is a super fun character. Is an awesome move set. His range is incredible. As long as you get a little bit of speed going with him, he's unstoppable. He just can cover the whole screen with damage. Another character where every attack is good. He's held out of gods by his traits. His traits are really bad, but we're gonna put him in S above Shibata because he's more fun to use than Shibata. But he's in S just behind Guan Yu, who I'm still wondering about not putting Guan Yu in gods, but I still think it's right. Just a little too slow with Guan Yu. Not to all of a sudden shots fired on Guan Yu, but we're going to keep him there in S in the third position right now. If his traits were better, he'd probably be a god easily. Okay, last and kind of mid, we have Gracia. She gets Tears of Blood by 500, sort of battle in each phase, which is awesome. Attack and defense by 2% for each allied hero. That's awesome. That's great. I mean, you know how I play. I try to get as many characters as I can on my team typically. Charge is a symbol when we inflict freeze on enemies. Love that. 5% attack over 1,000 Tears of Blood you possess. So if you have 30,000 Tears of Blood, you're getting that max 150% attack power. She has got Charm and Ice. Did not get Flower of War. She does have Torchbearer, so there's some stuff there. Oda and Toyotomi is very nice. So there's a little bit of flexibility there as far as characters you can use to buff her attack power if you so choose to. Gracia, I love. I love her voice actress. I love her parts of her moveset. She's really fun in Warriors of Orochi 3. All of the water-based attacks she does are very unique and very cool, but she just does not translate that well to Abyss. The attacks do not have enough coverage. You're going to end up using that charge 3 attack for the most part, and that's about all you can do. I'm putting her above Toshie because I think she's unique. She's a little more unique than he is. I wish she was more fun. I like her a lot, but I can't put her above B just because her moveset is just mid. I'm sorry to say it. Hideyoshi Toyotomi. We get a symbol charge by 10% for Toyotomi emblem. Incredible trait. Amount of Tears of Blood acquired increased by 100%. Also very good. Shortened summon cooldown by 20% with the Toyotomi emblem. Awesome. We get 5% attack for 1,000 Tears of Blood, so 30,000 would be the max, as we talked about with Gracia. On his emblems, we've got Speed, INA relevant, Charm, and Bolt. Technically, Zheng Liao, that's going to be hard with him. Oda, Toyotomi, and talent. Huge stuff there. You guys saw in the video what you can do with this guy, having this shortened summon cooldown, plus the assemble charging. He's just very safe in phases. You can build whatever you want, having all these tears of blood you're getting. His whole moves, his whole trait combination all works together. He's very strong, enables you to do quite a lot of very powerful things. His move set is okay. I'm gonna put him behind Mitsuhide right here. His moveset's good. It just doesn't really jump out at you. He's got good coverage. It's just not as fun as other movesets that are similar to it. So I think S is definitely right, and kind of lower down in that giant block of S tier characters, which we've talked about already. I've already said my piece on why there are so many. So we'll just leave it at that. Nene, 7% increased defense for every Toyotomi emblem. Pretty nice. 15 extra rerolls. No one's going to be upset about that. 2 crystal beats from the start. Also really cool. Attack speed by 10% after evading for 10 seconds. That's fine. Speed, INA, bolt. Okay. Oda, Toyotomi, Shinobi. So she can get barrier damage from Ujiyasu Hojo and talent. These are all good emblems that technically have scaling options. When I revisited Nene, I was very surprised at how much I loved her moveset. So with her charge 5, she makes clones of herself that last a long time. And then with her D6, she surfs on her blades and goes pretty far through people. We know how I feel about surfing. We've had several characters that have surfing mechanics, and most of them, Sima Zhao being the exception because they massacred my boy, as we've discussed, are an S tier. She's not going to be an exception. I think she's really. I was surprised how fun she is to use. I'm going to put her right here. I think she's a little bit less fun than Jotai for me, but she is very, very cool. She's got great build options, and having two crystal beads and 15 rerolls, you can build whatever you want with her. So very, very awesome character, more so than I thought. One of my more surprising revisits that was a pleasant surprise. Anbei Takanaka doubles the formation slot bonus effects, increases wisdom emblems by 70%, shorten summon cooldown for all heroes by 20% when your health is above 80%. It's a great trait. I wish it wasn't conditional. It feels kind of weird to have people that have it conditional and some that don't, but it is what it is. 50% attack for enemies with freeze is incredible, as we have discussed. I was not very excited to use Hanbei. We didn't discuss his possessions yet. He's got wisdom, so MYS. Oda, Toyotomi, and strategist. Toyotomi and Oda being the important ones there for his scaling. Nice to have Oda as well there for Nobunaga and Mitsuhide if you have not transcended him. But I was pleasantly surprised with his moveset. I wasn't very excited to use him. I have not been a Hanbei Takanaka fan in kind of my career playing Samurai Warriors games. I always find him kind of annoying, boring to use, but the charge attacks are really solid. He's got good coverage with them, and his divergent attacks though are pretty poor. They're very generic, which I guess the weird thing about divergent attacks with Samurai Warriors characters is like so many of them, it feels like they're just sort of something for you to do to get your summon skill off. Like that's kind of the purpose of them. I think the design idea is that you can summon more quickly and more safely with divergence attacks. But the issue is some characters have really cool ones, you know. So when someone doesn't have cool ones, it feels weird, and it's not what my personal preference is not that. I'll say that he's going to be an A for me. This is a personal preference thing here. I'm gonna put him here. I think he's less heady and kind of annoying to use than Lu Linchi. But I like using Lu Mong more. So A feels right. His traits are incredible. I mean, doubling formation bonus effects and attack bonus attack from with freeze and summon cooldown, that's awesome. I mean, he really does have some great traits. But if you're hurt, you lose a summon cooldown. The double information bonus effects is still incredible. You can get some crazy builds with this guy. He's just not fun enough to use for me for him to be above A. All right, Kanbei Kuroda. We get attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds when you one hit kill an enemy. Okay. 5% attack through Wisdom Emblem. All right. We get Muso charging by 50% when health below 50%. Pretty abysmal. And bonus total Wisdom Emblems by 70%. We do have Wisdom for MYS with Oda and Toyotomi. Western region, Munashige is relevant there. He can give a buff as well there. Kanbei has one of the worst sets of emblems in terms of what the meta is now for me, of anyone. Having these bonus wisdom emblems, it just doesn't, it's not gonna, it's gonna hurt you more, it's gonna help you. And I'm gonna have to apologize for this. He's somebody's favorite character in the community. I forget who it is. I'll put him at the top of it, but he's in Guardian of Peace tier for me. He's too slow. He's just way too slow. He stands too still. A lot of his attacks, it doesn't seem like they do anything at all. You power him up with his orbs. He gets more orbs somehow. I forget every time how he gets more orbs, but it's too heady and it takes too long to require any investment. I beat him on Traversal 6. I don't remember at all what I did. He did not feel good at all while I was doing that. His traits are just horrible. They really are. He's got a 1-star ease of use, and this time they nailed it with that. I think he's a cool character. I love his aesthetic. I love his design. But in terms of using him, it's not it for me. It's not it for me. Mitsunari Ishida. We get Muso gauge charging by 15% for every Toby emblem, 50% bonus wisdom is another one. It's like, why does he get 50 and Kanbei has 70? It's like, why not just give them all? I don't know, whatever. We charge Muso when we inflict freeze on enemies. We charge Muso and Assemble when we level up. Okay, fine. Toyotomi and talent, that's okay. At least you get scaling options with talent and Toyotomi. Wisdom, if you can't tell, I'm talking about this guy in pretty poor light. He's not going to be all the way down in Guardian of Peace. Don't worry about that. But his traits are bad. I mean, his traits are about Muso. He stands still way too much. If he can get off his attacks, his charge attacks, they are good, but he's still just standing there. Like on his charge 5, for instance, he blasts these lightning bolts out and then another set of lightning bolts, which are very strong. But in the time that the second set of lightning bolts is charging up, he's just standing there waiting to get hit. He's got strong moveset, but his traits are just bad. They're very, very bad. I'm going to put him above Oichi, I think. I think he's a little bit more fun to use than Oichi, but he's going in C for me. I had to zoom out again on the tier list. We're getting down to it, though. This could be the last zoom out. There might be another one. But I really believe in you guys being able to see the upcoming people down below. I know when I watch these kind of videos, I really like that. So I'm trying to make sure you can see that next layer of people so you can be thinking about the characters that are coming up and seeing how you would react. So that's why I'm doing it like this. So it is going to be small, but it is what it is, you know. We're going to roll with it. Seko and Shima, we get 50% attack enemies with freeze, incredible. Assemble gauge charge by 7% for the talent emblem, very nice. 40% attack toward level boss enemies, pretty good, pretty great, even you would say. Muso charge by 3% with short projectiles. We'll forgive him for having a Muso trait. We'll forgive him. Let's look at his traits. He has got Takeda, Toyotomi, Brave General, Strategist Talent. All of these things have technically some scaling you can do. Vigor and Ice could be better, could be worse, but this is a character that's all about his traits and his moveset. I was very pleasantly surprised with this character on my revisit playthrough. He is a meta monster now with the 80% bonus attack remove with freeze. and a symbol charging with talent. There are so many talent characters, and so many of them are Toyotomi. His standout attacks are his charge four, where he has this huge three prongs of ice that shoot forward into the enemy. His diverted six, he summons cannonballs that barrage the enemy, which is just such a cool attack, very unique. He has incredible traits. His move set is super fun. I was very surprised how much I liked him on my revisit. I'm gonna put him right here at an S below Keiji Meta. I think he's that good. I mean, when you talk about having a symbol gauge charging for an emblem that's very common and very powerful, and you're talking about having attack bonus attack moves with freeze, that's a great character. And you can build him however you want to. I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it. Yoshitsugu Otani, let's look at his traits. We get attack, defense, Muso charge, a symbol gauge charge by 50% when we level up. Increase attack by 70% for 20 seconds when hit by an enemy. Shorten summon cooldown for all heroes by 50%. 50 is a lot. When health is below 50%, that's spooky. 10% attack speed, 50% when you interrupt an enemy spellcraft attack, not relevant for bosses. Strength, MYS, wind, technically Zhang Fei, but you're not going to do that. You could, but you're not going to do it. Toyotomi and talent are cool. Azai is a worthless emblem, more or less, in the game right now. He's got even worse traits for me personally than Mitsunari Ishida. However, I mean, I guess if you were to be at below 50% health and use this summon cooldown and have 12 charm, you would have infinite summons with everyone in your formation, which is really good. But it's scary. It's I mean I don't like I said before, I don't like playing that way. I don't like having to have low health and manage that. And then if you pick up a you pick up a peach by accident, or you get too many consecutive hits with your wisdom, or you slay someone and get some health back, it's too annoying to manage. However, his move set is way better. His moves come out faster. He doesn't have the end lag like Mr. Ishida does. He doesn't stand there as much. The Muso is cool. It's got good damage, good area of effect. If you combined Mitsunari Ishida and Yoshitsugu Otani, you would have an A rank character. But Otani is a B, and I think I'm gonna do bottom of B because his traits are so bad. But he's more fun to use than Ishida by a considerable margin because of his attacks. Kiyomasa Kato, we get attack speed by 10% for 20 seconds when hit by an enemy. Attack by 50% for 15 seconds when interrupting an enemy attack. We charge Muso Assemble by 20% when requiring peaches, which is pretty cool. Attack by 60% for level boss enemies, which is nice. His traits are not that good, but Kiyomasa Kato, okay, we have skill, Tokugawa Toyotomi, and Brave General. Tokugawa Ieyasu can give you barrier damage. Attack. Brave General is good. Obviously, Western Region as well with Munashige. Tachibana, he's got a lot of options for scaling here. I don't love the traits. They're not too bad. This Peaches one is interesting because you can do companions that give you a lot of peaches for a symbol charging. That could be really good. His moveset's cool. His moveset's really good. It's very elegant. It's a character I recommend a lot for new players because his moveset's very easy to understand. He's got great movement on his charge attacks. He's kind of just moving across the whole battlefield with them. As a moveset character and having a great moveset, but maybe not the best of traits, I'm going to put him in A, actually, but I think I'm going to go top of A finally. I think I'm going to unseat Machao and have Kiyomasa Kato in A. Very high A. He borders on an S. I was surprised. I was going to put him in S, but the moveset, there was a little bit of punch lacking than I remember. It's still good. It's just not as good as I thought it was, unfortunately. Cha-Cha, 8% attack for every Toyotomi emblem. That's really good. 20% defense for every Azai emblem. It's not that great, but it's a huge bonus. And there are Azai. You can find Azai. If you get the Azai, which you will, you will be happy to have this. Makes him likely for heroes with Toyotomi to his pure saplings is awesome. An incredible trait. and then moderately charges a symbol when you attack enemies with burn. We love, love, love that. Skill and charm, Toyotomi and Torchbearer, very cool. MYS obviously can buff her. That's Papa. Torchbearer relevant for talent-based characters, which is Sumashi and Suma Zhao can give you stuff for Torchbearer, which is nice. Her traits are amazing. When Cha Cha came out, people were talking about how much of a monster she is. I don't think anyone's forgotten that, but this is a good time to remind you that her charge attacks are all like god rays. Like they all are just these massive blasts in an area. Her attack speed is great. Her traits are amazing. Don't underrate her. You underrate her at your own peril. This is a top 30 character, probably I would say. And with that being said, we're gonna put her up here, just below Bo Huang Guy, but above Zun Yu. I think that feels right to me. But she is definitely an S tier character, and use her if you've not used her yet. You will not regret it. Speaking of characters to use if you've not used them yet, we are on mature Yukimura Sanada. Bestow a random emblem every 6 levels. It's insane. 50% attack for enemies with burn. Awesome. Muso gauge charging. Just forget about that one. Defense for the player hero by 30% for level boss enemies. This was massive when Traversal 6 first came out. It's not as big of a deal now, but it's still really good. It's very helpful to have that. Skill, wisdom, and flame. Can't buff himself, obviously, but he does have Toyotomi, Brave General, and Torchbearer. More options than you would think on first glance for scaling of his attack. Having said that, you do not need to scale his attack at all. This is my personal favorite character in the game. You probably know that if you've been here for a while. He is a god. He is the first character I would say, like, that they added where I was like, okay, this development team knows what they're doing. They know how to make a great character. They know how to make someone that feels like Lubu. He has one of the strongest Musos in the game. He just slams his spear into the ground, and it's a nuclear bomb. It is a nuclear bomb. It just kills everyone. Every attack you can do goes on forever, covers the entire screen in fire, kills everyone. His voice actor, they just literally told this guy, I think, was in a lucid dream in the booth, thinking he was actually Yukimura Sanada in a battle. Like, he is in it. He is in it. The yelling is profound. It stirs something within me. I feel weird talking about this guy because I love him so much. But Mature Yukimura Sanada, his charge 4 is amazing. His charge 5 decimates bosses. All of his diverted attacks are great. You probably will not use them because his charge attacks are so good. I could go on and on and on about Mature Yukimura Sanada. But if you are new to this game and you do not have him yet, you have got to get him. He is so fun. One of my favorite characters in any Warriors game I've ever played. Love, love, love him. And that's my favorite character, so I won't go on that long about anybody else that's left, but he's my guy. So I had to go all out for MYS. Moving on to Tokugawa, I was a little surprised with the relative power level of this faction. I overlook them, I feel, a lot of the time, but they've got some heavy hitters in here. Ironically, let's talk about why I said ironically. Here is Ieyasu Tokugawa. Traits: we increase attack by 10% of a Tokugawa emblem, increase max health by 10% every 5 levels, increase a symbol gauge charge by 18% for every Tokugawa emblem, charge a symbol gauge when you inflict burn on enemies, strength, charm, and flame. So Munishige in play here. Tokugawa and talent, relevant for the Scaling Imagawa, one of the most worthless emblems in the entire game. Why is it here? Who can say? Maybe something in companions makes it matter. I'm not really sure. Ieyasu Tokugawa is the single most phoned in character in the entire game. Unfortunately, I hate to say it. I don't know if a redesign would save him, but his traits are phenomenal. So he will stay out of Guardian of Peace. But all of his attacks are just a slash with the spear, except for the last one. He will actually use the cannon on the end of his spear there. Just a very unimaginative character, unfortunately, in a game full of very fun, inventive move sets with style and substance and power. Probably the most famous in Japan person in the entire history is the most underwhelming of anyone in the game. So he's going in D for me. Hanzo Hattori, increase attack by 12% for every Tokugawa emblem, increase attack speed by 30 seconds after every 1,000 consecutive hits. Kind of a who cares one. Increase total speed emblems by 50%, deals extra bolt damage when destroying enemy barriers, which is great. His possessions over here, 2 speed, Tokugawa Shinobi King Shield. So King Shield, you can get barrier damage from Yoshihiro, or Toshihiro, that is. Shinobi is, Uchiyasu Hojo for barrier damage. Tokugawa from Ieyasu, you can get attack from that. Speed, you can use INA for attack. So a lot more than it seems at first glance. Hanzo is an amazing character. He really is. The fact that his charge 5, he summons clones of himself, and then with the diverted 6, he does like a tornado slash that goes through the entire screen, and there's 3 of them when he's cloned. Just a super fun character. I was kind of blown away on the power level here. If he had a little bit more movement in his move set, he would be a god. A lot of his moves, though, he doesn't move enough for me to be a god. He doesn't quite have the stuff Zushu's got going on as far as like movement tech. So I'm putting him in S, just below Keiji, but he's a very high S. This is one of the stronger characters in the game, to be sure. Tadakatsu Honda, this is a great trait here. Increase attack and defense by 10% for a Tokugawa emblem. We get invulnerability for 3 seconds when hit by an enemy. We get attack increase by 50%, while health spell 80%. There is a Sin Spewer trait. Don't look at it. Pretend it's not there. Vigor 2, Strength, Brave General, Flower of War, King Shield, Tokugawa Flame. All of these have attack scaling on them. Pretty easy character to build in that respect. His traits are what hold him back, honestly, with Tadakatsu. He was very underwhelming. They buffed him quite a bit, so now his moveset is very strong again. He can really do whatever you want him to do. It's not like super fun. He doesn't have a lot of range on his moveset. He's here in S. I'm not passing him. Jahadun is the gatekeeper, as you know, of super fun people. And he's not super fun, but he's stronger than everybody down here for sure. So he'll be an S, but kind of middle of S. So that's where we're going to go with Tadakatsu Honda. Great range. His attacks just can take too long, which can kind of get you in trouble because he's not like attacking enough during some of his attacks. And he kind of like will spin the spear around, which the bosses don't care about. They'll just hit you. And his traits are bad. They're not that good. They're not bad. Some of them are bad. So it's okay. Ina. Okay, we get 7% attack for every Flower of War emblem. Great. Attack by 30% for level boss enemies. Great. Muso charging for Tokugawa emblems. Okay. Increasing skill emblems by 50%. Incredible trait. Now we're talking. I had kind of an epiphany when I was revisiting Ina of how great she is, because she has this unlisted unique action where she's glowing blue after when you empower her, and when that happens, she fires like way more bullets. Also, her stuff over here: Sanada, Tokugawa, Flower of War, Torchbearer, Skill. So MYS is in play. Obviously, she's Sanada, but she's got tons of scaling available with that, with the Flower of War and Tokugawa, of course, because she gets that state where her bullets are, there's a lot more of them. It makes her hyper attacks really strong, and you can clear phases just with those. And then once you have 14 skill, her diverted attacks become even better because they're all imbued with her elements, which you'll get to easily because she has bonus skill emblems. So Ina, I think, actually does surpass Papa because her traits are so strong. She is not more fun to use than the barrier here. So we're going to keep her in S. We're just going to put her above Papa. But she's definitely an S tier with her traits, and her move set is not bad at all either. Her Muso is basically April Showers, which is great. Underrated character, very cool. Okay, here we go. Now to her at E. So this is E. It's two I's. It's not LI. So hold your comments on that. It is E. I looked it up several times. It is E. Her traits here: an attack speed increase. I never care about these. Replenishing health by 5% after 1,000 consecutive hits. It's okay. It's good in phases, but in bosses it won't help you. Cut 2 seconds from summon cooldown timer when you inflict shock. That's fine. And attack by 7% for every Torchbearer emblem. Speed and bolt. Tokugawa, Imagawa. There it is again. What's it for? Who knows? Flower of War is awesome now. Wasn't it before? Some scaling opportunity there, not a whole lot. Torchbearer stuff is cool. This character I was pretty impressed on revisit. Her moveset has very good movement, good coverage, good range. She summons these flower petal tornadoes that are really great for phases. All of her charge attacks are really good. She's one of those characters, she's similar to like No, where I was really surprised how much I was digging her moveset. It was really, really strong. Genji as well. I'm gonna put her just behind. I'll put her ahead of Genji. I think her moveset's stronger than Genji's is, but she'll be an A right there. Naomasa E. Let's talk about it. 12% attack for every Tokugawa emblem, increases total flame by 50%. Cut 2 seconds from summon cooldown timer when you inflict burn enemies. Charge Muso by 3%. You destroy any projectiles. He has speed and flame. Tokugawa, Brave General, Torchbearer all have scaling, all are relevant. Brave General probably the most relevant of all of those. Naomasa is someone that I did a full test run. I didn't just do the Traversal 4 with Lubu Origin and play around a little bit. I did that at first, and I was thinking this could be a Zushu situation. We could have a god on our hands here, and he just barely didn't make it. He's going to go right here. The only problem was that once we got to the bosses, the move set kind of reared its head that it's too focused on large phases. Like there's he's a rare case where there's just a little bit too much movement, you know? He's moving away from the target too much, like small targets. Like, because I did Lubu, I did Origins mode Traversal 6 with him. And fighting Dongjua and Lubu was a nightmare because I was just flying past them all the time. With more technical skill, I may have rated him as a god, and you may rate him as a god, and you would be, I think, in your right to do so. He is very close. I had the full flame package as well because you can get that easily with bonus flame emblems, and you don't really have to get the attack with Tokugawa with him. He's fine by himself with Brave General scaling as well. But super fun character. He's another guy where if you're pressing a button, he's doing well. He's doing a great attack. I've kind of skipped over a lot of things. His Muso is cool because he has verticality with it, so you can dodge attacks with it. like even more so than normal. He's invincible during it, obviously, but you can like jump in the air, and it feels cool to jump up, dodge an attack, and slam down. It's very fun character. One of my favorite movesets in the game. Sakatora Todo. All right. Increase number of heroes and critical weapons by one. Increase selectable portals by one when you clear a phase of taking damage from enemies. Bestows normal attack with ice attribute while health above 80%. And increase attack by 50% to enemies with freeze, possession wise, strength, and ice. Tokugawa, Toyotomi, talent, all pretty good for your scaling there. This is obviously a personal favorite of mine. I've used Sakatora Todo a lot. If you were here in the beginning of the channel, I was grinding Traversal 6 with him, trying to beat the game with him. He's a meta monster now as well with all this freeze stuff. He's probably one of the best freeze characters around. So he's one of the best ones to use for that purpose, which is really strong now with Mitsunari Ishida in Transcendence, and of course Zillawan's Earth Blast. You can't go wrong with any of his charge attacks, and then you start using his divergence attacks, and those are all great too. Giant ice pillars, huge shards of ice falling from the sky. His Muso is cool. Freeze is great now. We're putting him in S, and he will pass the Jahadun Rubicon. We are going to put him up here, and we're going to put him, I think, right here. No, you know what? We're going higher. We're going higher. We're going right here. Zhao Yun is too far up. We're dropping Zhao Yun down. Sorry about that. If you are a Zhao Yun fan, he is dropping down to here. That's too far for Zhao Yun. Not a favorite of mine. I don't know how he got there. He's being dropped. He was cited. Okay, let's move on. Ujiyasu Hojo. Increase attack and defense by 25% for every Hojo emblem. There are 3, so that's 75% bonus if you find all of them. Increase total strength by 70%, which is pretty awesome. We get wind attribute on normal attacks when health above 80%. Very nice. We get disorient on people very easily to reduce their defense. And increase attack by 50% for charge attack for enemy barriers. That feels very good too. 2 strength to start with, so he has a ton of strength at the beginning with Brave General, and Wind for your scaling options. Kind of limited, but at least he's a Brave General. You know, I was kind of blown away on Revisit how much I liked Ujiyasu Hojo. I thought I wouldn't like him, but the charge attacks have incredible range, especially his charge 5. He throws this giant ball of fire that just flies through the whole screen. His charge 2, he just is just a kick with a bomb on it. His traits are really good. He's gonna fly through content and not die. You know, he's just not gonna die with all that strength and all that bonus attack and defense. Like having 25% bonus defense. Are you kidding me? Like for Hojo, you're gonna get 50% probably easily bonus defense, which is a lot of defense. I'm gonna put him in S. I'm not gonna put him very high in S. I think I'm gonna put him like here. Yeah, I mean, he's fun, but he's not like so fun and really great that he deserves to be higher than this. But I gotta acknowledge that he's an S tier because he is. Okay, Kai, 30% attack for 15 seconds after every 1,000 consecutive hits. Increase total vigilance by 50% if you say so. We get 7% attack for every bolt, every Flower of War emblem, and then our normal attacks are bestowed with Bolt when we're below 90%. Not going to happen very often for a guy like me. Toyotomi and Hojo. It's nice using a Hojo character because if you just find Ujiyasu Hojo, then you have it active. You don't have to look for the other one. Flower of War and Might. She's actually the Might buffer, so it doesn't really matter for her for Might. No, Rachel is. So it does. It is good. And then Brave General. Very good scaling options here on Kai. Also was surprised how much I liked Kai on the Revisit. Her charge attacks have incredible range as well. A little too much end lag with her moves. Like there's one where she's like doing a handstand, and is just sitting there. Her traits are okay. They're not the best. Like, I think I don't like ones that are talking about your health being below a certain value, because that's just not how I play. Right? That's not what I'm looking for. Is having a lower attack at any point. She's definitely an A though. Whereabouts higher than these people. I will stop here. Yes, that feels right. High A feels correct. Moving on. Kotaro Fuma. Increase total Slay emblems by 50%. Increase attack and defense by 20% for every Hojo emblem. Those are great traits. Attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds with one hit killing enemy. 10% just feels like nothing to me. We charge Ramusa when destroying projectiles. Who cares? Speed, Slay Hojo Shinobi, one of the most blank characters in the game. There's INA potential there. Shinobi with Ujiasu Hojo, of course. Besides that, you're kind of out of luck with scaling. I thought I was really going to hate Kotaro Fuma, and I really didn't. I can't say that I hated him. I was pleasantly surprised with a lot of his attacks. A lot of his attacks have very strong surging forward momentum. His charge 3, though, like XXY, you're just standing there swinging your arms around, and they're gonna hit you, man. They're gonna hit you, and it's gonna hurt. His Muso is incredible. His traits are good. Kind of you have to get Zoc active to make him really pop. He's gonna be in B for me, and I'm gonna put him kind of at the bottom of B. Just it's a personal thing, personal preference for me. I don't really love his design. I don't like his move set too much, but I gotta admit it's strong. I mean, he has like these crazy corkscrews where he's flying through the enemy. I just don't like him very much. I think he's kind of an awkward character to use. So personal preference, but I'm leaving him in B. Uesugi Takeda, there are some surprises in here. Just fair warning. Let's get into it. Let's not waste too much time. Yukimura Sanada, or Young Yuki as I call him, replenishes health from destroying projectiles. Not that good. We get attack increase when we find flame emblems, and we get bonus flame emblems by 50%. Increase attack by 6% for Brave General emblem. These are all very good. His possessions are awesome. Skill, Flame, Takeda, Sanada, Brave General Talent, Torchbearer, all of them can have scaling. Whether it's Zushu, Pang Tong, Suma Shi, Ujiasu Hojo, Zhang Liao. You've got tons of options for scaling here with this character, but let's talk about him, okay? Young Yukimura is a worse version of Neomasa in terms of his moveset. It's a boring moveset, and it's been boring for a long time. Young Yuki is in kind of a weird spot in the game, in my opinion. He was the box art character, and they've kind of been experimenting with other people. If you've noticed, Neomasa E, Nobunaga being the main character of Samurai Warriors 5, letting Yukimura go a little bit. And there's a reason for that. You know, he's not very exciting. He's not an exciting character to use. He's still an A. His traits are incredible. He can do a lot of great stuff. He's going to be an A right here below Kiyomasa. It's it speaks a lot to what you expect from this character, that you leaving him an A feels like such an insult, but he has to be an A, and I think that's not debatable, unfortunately, in my opinion. Kenochi, increased attack by 15% for every Sanada emblem, replenish health by 1% for every 50 enemies defeated. That's great. Muso charge by 20% for every Sanada emblem, also very nice. Increases total speed emblems by 50%, very good. One of my favorite things now in the game is that bonus speed. It feels really great. With the changes they made to speed, made it way more viable to have a lot of speed. I don't go for it very much, but it is very good. Takeda, Sanada, King Shield, Shinobi, all of these have some scaling available. Especially King Shield is pretty cool. Getting Toyohisa Shimazu for barrier damage is nice. Kenochi at one point was a character I was really trying to focus on, because I thought that speed and dodging was the most important thing for Ruinous Goma. I was using her a lot. Her voice actress is very annoying. One of the more annoying voice actors in the game, unfortunately. I hate to say that, but it's true. But her traits are awesome. She has really good movement during her move set. Her Muso is good. She's got an easy time avoiding damage and getting out of danger with her verticality. She just lacks a little bit of wow in her move set. She's not like the most fun character to use, but I'm putting her right here, I think. She's way better than you would think, I would say, but I've got to leave her an A. Okay, this is the biggest surprise for me out of this whole tier list coming up here. Shingen Takeda, increase attack and defense by 50% while health is above 80%. You know how I play. I'll just say that. Makes it more likely for heroes with Takeda emblems to appear at Crystal Saplings. We love that. Increase a symbol gauge charge by 25% for every Takeda emblem. Increase attack and defense by 80% if you have the Cherry Blossom armor. Possessions 2 strength, charm, Takeda talent. Not the best scaling, but let's talk about Shingen Takeda's moveset. Okay? You press X, Y. He does wind kicks that go on forever, kill everybody that it hits. You press X, X, Y. His charge 3, we're calling that. He does flame headbutts that charge through the armies, killing whatever it hits. You do his charge 4. He summons a giant tornado that expands and kills everyone in the area. His charge 5. He does a power bomb wrestling move, slams into the ground, and a bomb goes off. A volcanic eruption goes off, okay? He has some of the best traits of any character in the game if your playstyle is like mine, where you're dominating, having a ton of health, summoning all the time, having a ton of a symbol charge, having attack and defense, finding Takeda, getting your build online. If you could not tell based on what I'm doing here, how I'm talking about this character, we are putting him in the gods. Okay? Okay? I've been doing this long enough. I've played with enough of these characters now. I just did the revisit and I looked at these traits and I said to myself, this is it. I mean, this is a character with incredible traits, an amazing moveset that kills the entire screen, and his design is to dominate, which is what the definition of a god is. So I'm putting him in gods, and you probably know where this is going. Let's talk about Kenshin Uesugi. Increases attack for summoned heroes by 20%. Incredible. Increases total vigor emblems by 70%. He's the guy who makes it work. He's the guy that makes vigor pop. Charges Muso in a symbol gauge by 50% when you level up, which you're going to do constantly. So you're going to have a symbol all the time. You know, attack increase, enemies defeated, who cares? It's fine. Strength, vigor, skill, bolt, brave general. You can do Mature Yukimura Sanada with him. You could do Munashige with Shingen, who we just talked about, for attack buffing there. But Kenshin Uesugi, okay? Let's talk about him. If you get to the charge 5, he becomes huge. He summons a massive version of himself that then increases his already massive range by even more. His attacks are emphatic. They cover the whole screen. They have huge range. They have huge coverage. If you Muso while he's massive and you live, he then, when he walks, damages people just by walking at them. He shakes the ground and damages people by walking at them. He increases the attack of summoned heroes. He will get to slashes, elemental slashes. We're talking about a theme here. You've probably picked up on it. You picked up on what I'm doing here. We're doing God. We're doing above Shingen just slightly. Even more so than the fact that I think these guys deserve it. It's great for the story of the game, kind of the theme of the game. These two were the opposing forces at the beginning of Samurai Warriors, and they have been done a great service in this game. They both feel super powerful. Shingen, I have slept on for too long. I'm really excited to use him more. I'm sure it'll be requested that I use him more. This is probably going to be one of the more controversial takes. Like when I was thinking of the gods category, I was considering Zosi, MYS, the Lubus, and maybe one more person that we'll talk about later. You probably know who it is. But as I played through, I was like, no, there are some people that deserve to be above S. There are people that feel like they're really here to dominate. They are really designed to get out there and dominate the game. So let's move on. I've been talking enough. Kenetsugu Naoe, who we saw in the video, Muso charged by 30% for Iwasugi, and we saw how good that was when I had Kenshin with me. I was charging Muso instantly. I know I rag on Muso charging a lot, but it is really nice when Muso is so good, like Kanetsugu's is. Increased attack for summon heroes by 50%. That's amazing. I mean, that's the strongest one of the version of that we've seen. Replenishes health 3% for of your health when you defeat one Sin Spear enemy. Awesome. Like we saw how good that was. It was constant healing for us on Traversal 6 because there's so many Sin Spewers. Increased total bolt ends by 50%. Also really great. Makes the bolt builds that much better. Which were the strongest. I think Ice is the strongest now because of Silawan Earth Blast. But he's got Wisdom, so MYS is in play. Toyotomi helps out with his scaling as well. Kenetsugu, as I said in the video, he's a poor man's Zosi. You're kind of meant to build an elemental build with him of some kind. You can build quite a few different ones, to be honest. His traits are awesome. His moveset feels good. He just lacks range on his normals, so you get hit more than you would like. He's not fast. He's pretty slow, but as long as you focus on it a little bit, it goes away. Kenetsugu Naoe, his traits are so awesome, and I think he's really fun. I'm gonna put him here, man. I'm gonna put him high S. I really liked that video. I think it was a fun video, and I think he deserves to be up there in high S with the other people that are really good up there. So we're gonna put Kanasugu in S. I think he deserves it for his traits and the laser beams and his incredible Muso that covers the whole screen in laser beams as well. It's a good character. Masayuki Sanada. Let's talk about him. Increases Muso gauge and a symbol gauge charge by 15% for every Sanada emblem. A symbol gauge charge by 15% for every Sanada emblem. Makes all unlocked formations available for use. Art of War, in a trait, makes it more likely for heroes with talent emblem to appear at Crystal Saplings. You know who has talent? Nobuyuki Sanada. One of the best summons in the entire video game, who is also a Sanada. 30% of symbol charging, right there, with him and Nobuyuki. Charges Muso and a symbol gauge by 50% when you level up. Let's look at his possessions. You probably know where this is going. Skill, Wisdom, MYS in play, obviously. Takeda, Sanada, talent. Look, the guy can do anything, okay? His moveset is amazing. His Muso is incredible. He has awesome range. He feels fast. He has incredible power. He's very underrated in the game. He's not underrated. It's just like when you use him, it feels unfair. He's the current any percent number one in the game because of his ability to use any formation in the game. You can do anything and the strongest version of that anything, right? Because you can get the strongest formation available for whatever it is that you're building. And then take all the Sanada you want to have tons of assemble, and then you can summon the strongest version of whatever build you happen to make and crush everyone. He's in gods, and I'm putting him high god. I think he deserves to be high god with his traits, and his moveset is awesome too. Walking in to a level, say the first thing you find is Yue Ying, Nobuyuki Sanada. You just put on Demon Eye, and now you have 100% attack bonus with that attack, and 70% bonus attack yourself during assemble. It's just nuts. It's just absolutely insane. He has to be God. That's all there is to it. Best traits in the game of anyone. Sorry. One more thing to say too. Samurai can't just have MYS being their only god. They are meant to have more than just one character that feels like a god, right? So it makes sense from a design standpoint too that they would have more than just that. So if you're feeling like what? I mean, just think about it. They did put gods in here in Samurai. They are in here. Okay. So heavy hitters in Usugi Takeda. I said there'd be surprises, and there are. Okay, let's move on. Nobuyuki Sanada. Look at his traits first. We get defense by 120% increase for 30 seconds after every 1,000 consecutive hits. Pretty bad, to be honest. Like, if you're fighting Goma, you're not getting consecutive hits on him. Increase attack for charged attacks by 5% after we clear a phase. That's okay. It's cool. We charge Muso Gauge when we inflict shock on enemies. Fine. Replenishing health, we short projectiles. That's okay. It's not too great. Strength, so Munashika Tachibana is in play for scaling. Tokugawa, Talent, and Torchbearer, all of these are relevant for scaling. So he's got good traits there. He's got good emblems there starting, but his traits are not too great, to be honest. Having said that, this is one of my favorite move sets in the game. He summons tornadoes, blasts them forward. His Muso is cool. He's a very I love his design. I just love this character's design. I love how it feels to play with him. He's going to be in S, and I like him a lot more than a lot of other people. So as far as fun goes, we're going to put him. I'm just moving past. We'll put him here. I really like Nobuyuki Sanada a lot. His moveset is just great. He's Neomasa. He has as fun of a moveset as Neomasa E for me. His traits are just worse. They're significantly worse. So he's got to go quite a few spots down from Neomasa, but he's one of my favorite characters to play with. So I'm putting him right there. Okay, Sasuke. Increase attack by 15% for every Sanada emblem. Increase attack by 7% for every Shinobi emblem. Increase total speed by 50%. We get one of these 10% attack speed traits I don't care about. Speed and Slay Sanada Shinobi, one of the blankest characters available. INA, it's the same thing as Kotaro Fuma, but basically it's just Sanada instead of Hojo, which is better a little bit. Look, his traits are awesome. Okay. This guy's traits are really good. His moveset is good. He just doubles back a lot during it. Like he'll be slashing forward, and then he'll just jump backwards or kind of slide backwards into danger for me. He's really good. I mean, I've had people tell me how great he is, and I do think he's good, but I'm putting him in A, just a personal preference thing. I just think he's not fun enough to use for me personally. Again, personal preference here, but I'm going to leave Sasuke in A. We're here. We've arrived at the final section that I'll be recording for the tier list with other Samurai Warrior and guest. These characters, because they are kind of isolated, tend to have very strong traits because their emblems do not provide a lot of synergy with unique tactics. Let's get right into it with Masamune Date. Cuts 2 seconds from summon cooldown timer when you inflict disorder on enemies. Increase total wind ailment by 50%, which is awesome. Bestows normal attack with wind attribute while health is below 90%. It's okay. Increases attack by 50% for charge attacks toward enemy barriers. On his possessions, he has got speed and wind. Tokugawa Date, who knows? It's totally worthless. Daimyo mostly is useful or if you're using something like a unique tactic with Daimyo, there's no other synergy with that. Talent has some things, but not a lot. Like I'm saying, their emblems are not that great. But Masamune Date, I was surprised how much I liked him on the revisit because I didn't like this guy the first time I used him, whatever for whatever reason. But on his diverted three, he does these two pistol blasts that clear the entire screen. He's a great wind character to use as well because he has no synergies that you're looking for, so you can just keep stacking wind and get all the wind stuff going. I love his range and his coverage. When I say coverage, I'm talking about not just like the length of the range, but also like how wide it is, like the width of the range. I guess I'll probably say width most more often, but he's got great width. He covers a lot of the screen at once with his attacks. He's just one of those characters. I was honestly pleasantly surprised. I thought I was gonna have him kind of low, but I'm gonna put him in S. I don't like super. I'll put him. I'll put him. I'll put him. I'll put him here below Boat Huang guy. That seems right. Again, I'm going to comment on the S tier here a little bit. With this game, the developers want all the characters to be an S tier, right? So it's a good sign that we have so many up there, and I happen to like so many too. A lot of this is my personal preference. I like this game. I like playing this game. So I'm putting more in S maybe than others might, but it's my list, and I think there's a lot of great characters in the game. So that's why there's probably more gods than you might think too. But we'll get there. Nagamasa Azai is next. Cut 2 seconds from summon cooldown timer when you inflict freeze on enemies. This is actually a really strong trait now. I think they changed how easily it procs. I was using characters that have similar traits to this, and it was very obviously cutting a lot of time from my summons. It was pretty great. And then we increase our total ice by 50%, which is awesome. As we've talked about already, ice is very strong now with Earth Blast. Even with them nerfing Earth Blast, it's still very strong with the patch that they did. Increases attack by 20% for every Azai emblem. Not too great. There's not that many Azai, but they're out there. If you find them, that's fine. And then the attack speed by 10% after evading. It's one of those ones I don't really care about very much. On possessions, you've got speed and ice. Azai, you can use the Azai to get defense from with Cha Cha, but it's probably useful to have through World 2 because there's so much power scaling at that point, but you don't really need it. Brave General, nice to have. Speed, so we again are able to get scaling with INA for unique tactic damage. Nagamasa Azai, I have been disappointed with this character for a while through a few games. He was really awesome in Warriors Orochi 3, and from that point, it feels like they have kind of dropped the ball on him. He just doesn't feel like he has as much range and power as he used to in his moveset. There's just not enough width on his attacks. They kind of just go forward too much. There's not enough coverage like of the area per se. His normals don't feel too great either to use. He gets bonus ice emblems. That kind of trait is just so awesome. But I think I'm gonna put him in B. I had him in A originally, but I've been thinking about it a little bit more. I think I'm gonna go B here. I'm gonna put him above Chinois, below Wangi. So I'm going B with Azai, which I wasn't gonna do at first, but after I thought about it a little more, I think B is right for him. Magoichi Saika. We get 30% attack toward level boss enemies. Increase attack speed by 10% for 15 seconds. We interrupt an enemy's telegraphed attack. 50% towards enemies with burn, and increase attack by 3% when you move on to the next phase without being hit by an enemy, max of 100%. 2 skill, incredible starting emblems here. Toyotomi, very nice. Brave General, independent. These all have very good scaling options. We think about Yumiya with independent, Brave General, obviously, Uchiyasu Hojo, as well as Shang Liao. So Magoichi Saika is a character that he was bugged when the game first released. He was one of the strongest characters in the game. His weapon was bugged, so he did an obscene amount of damage to characters and enemies that had burn on them. But because of that, people are sleeping on him now. But he's still an incredible character in the game. The flame support is awesome. With all of the new flame support we've gotten, having bonus damage damage with burn is just so good. And on top of that, his charge 5 is like this crazy attack where he just keeps shooting down range and doing huge amounts of area effect damage. And then on his diverted 6, blast the area in this giant circle of bullets twice. His hyper attacks are the version of Ina's hyper attacks when she's enhanced, but he just always has that where he's shooting like a ton of bullets in a wide area. His charge attacks all feel really good. This is still like one of the strongest characters in the game. I'm gonna put him right here above Zhang Kui. He's stronger than Zhang Kui in my opinion because of this burn support. Uh, and the amount of attack you can get off of him, it's just insane. Starting with 2, skill 2 is very underrated. This guy can absolutely truck through the game. Yoshimoto Imagawa, let's talk about him. He moderately charges a symbol gauge when you attack enemies with disorient. Moderately charging is insane. Increased total charm moves by 50%. It's one of the best traits you can have in the game. Replenishes health by 5% every 1,000 consecutive hits, and 6% attack for charge attack or enemy barriers. Very nice. Charm and wind, not the best. I mean, his emblems here are honestly pretty bad. You really don't have a lot of options as far as what you're using to buff him. You could, I guess, use Zhang Fei with his like the alternate version for wind, but that's a really hard tactic to activate. Having said all of that, Yoshimoto Imagawa has absolutely incredible traits. Charging a symbol moderately, increasing charming by 50%. His moveset's very fun. He's a silly character. His Muso is nice. The issue is that he just lacks range with his normal attacks, so you're going to get hurt more than you think. His attack speed's a little bit too slow, and there's a little bit of lag on some of his moves. Like he kind of has some downtime during his attacks where he's vulnerable, but he's very fun. He's definitely an A. I'm going to put him just below Ma Chao and above Sima Zhao because he's more fun than Sima Zhao, but not as strong as Ma Chao. But he deserves to be in high A because his traits are just so good. So we'll leave him in A. All right, Gomen Ishikawa. Increases the amount of tears of blood acquired by 100%, adds 10% the amount of maximum health raised using peach trees. Who cares? 5% attack for every 1,000 tears of blood you possess. Fine. Then we have the attack speed buff after you evade. Who cares? Vigor and speed independent shinobi. Not a lot going on. You can use Ujiyasu Hojo. You can use Ayane. You can use Yumiya for independent damage here. I mean, look, this is one of the hardest characters to use in the game well. You really have to you're forced to do the Tears of Blood hoarding, which is honestly kind of boring. Like just slapping on all the Tears of Blood characters and just farming up Tears of Blood. He's way too slow. Most of his attacks, he's standing still for too long. It's just kind of a boring play style. His normals. So the issue is too, right? Like his normals have terrible range. So you think, okay, I'll just use the hyper attacks, and then those have 0 width. He just fires the cannon straight ahead, and it can hit like one. If there's 2 normal like little foot soldier guys standing right there, he'll be able to hit one of them. It's just he's not a strong character at all. He's in the Guardian of Peace tier. I'm going to put him at the top of it though. I was going to be nice and put him in D, but he's just too bad. I'll put him at the very top of this tier. I'm actually going to do this. I think Joshi is the worst character in the game, but Gomen is not good. Just not good. What can you say? All right, Okuni. Awesome traits here for the most part. Increased number of heroes that possess by 1. Very nice trait to have. Increase attack by 10% for every independent emblem. Cuts 2 seconds from summon cooldown timer when you inflict disorient on enemies. And 50% attack for charge attacks toward enemy barriers. That's fine. Charm and Wind, again, not a whole lot of help, but Independent and Might is nice. Western region as well. So we have Mushiga Tachibana, Rachel, Yumiya. We talked about this already, but those are the scaling options for attack with Okuni. The thing with Okuni is she's better than you think, but she's got limited range on her normal attacks. Her charge attacks are all pretty good. The issue is that her charge 4, if you do it by accident, it's way too risky. She's standing still the whole time. But the charge 5 is incredible. Her diverted 6 has insane range and area of effect. Her traits are good. She's a solid character. Just gets in trouble here and there more often than you would like. She's one that I like, so I'm going to put her in B, and I'm going to put her towards the top of B. I think I'll go here again because I like her more than Chinawa a little bit. I was disappointed with Chinawa in that video, but I still like her enough to be here. But Bakuni, I think I like a little bit more, so we'll put her in B right there. Motonori Mori, okay. Slightly charges a symbol gauge when you acquire XP. Incredible. Increases your total wisdom emblems by 70%. That's fine. Increases a symbol gauge charge by 30% every Mori emblem. So keep in mind, if you use Zillawan or you find Zillawan, that's 90% of symbol charge if you get him and Kobayakawa, his son. Doubling his formation slot bonus effects. It's always amazing. It's really cool. Crazy amount of emblems. Most of them are not that great, though. Wisdom, MYS, Charm, and Slay. Mori and Daimyo, Master Archer, not a lot going on there, but Talon and West Region do have some options for attack scaling. Motonori Mori is a personal favorite character of mine in Samurai. His Muso attack is very satisfying and stands out. Firing the wrist cannons feels very crunchy. It feels cool. A lot of his attacks are very intuitive and have great coverage, great range. It's the kind of character that you use them and you're like, I want to use that guy again. You know, it's like I personally can't get enough of Motonori Mori. He's been in a ton of my videos, especially early on the channel. And then the fact that he doubles the formation slot bonus effects and gets a symbol charging, and he charges a symbol when you acquire XP, which you're doing constantly all the time. You could not tell. But putting him in S, and I'm going to put him below Nobuyuki, but above Todo. As far as like favorite samurai characters, that would be the order that they're in. And I'm not willing to go past these guys up here because this is the fun and very strong tier in here. So we'll put them right there. All right. Takakage Kobayakawa, probably the most possible syllables you could fit into a person's name. Let's look at his traits. Increases attack, defense, Muso gauge charge, a symbol charge by 50% for 20 seconds. We level up. It's a great trait because you charge your symbol with it. That's how I feel about it. You get 50% bonus wisdom emblems. Like we said, that's okay. Wisdom is not very strong right now, but having said that, with the patch that just came out, because I'm recording this part of the section when the patch has come out, wisdom may actually be back now because things like Burst of Flowers got a huge buff, Sword Dance got a huge buff, so summon skill shots could be back. We're kind of in a wait and see right now, but they could be back. Okay. A symbol gauge charge by 20% every Western region emblem. That's crazy. There's a lot of Western region. Very nice to have. And then cutting the 2 seconds for summon cooldown timer. We click Disorient, so that gives us a path. We're going for Disorient here, which is totally doable with him. Also feels very good. Cutting those seconds we talked about is much better now than it was. Wisdom and Wind with Toyotomi, Strategist, Western Region Torchbearer, all of those have scaling options. You do have some options to scale his attack more than his dad. In some ways, these traits are a little bit better than Motonori, if not for he doesn't have the formation slot bonus effects. But this is a cool character. He's very fun. Using all the different elements with his charge attacks feels really cool. He's unique feeling to use. He's got tons of a symbol charging with his kit. The versatility is very nice. He's just a very solid, fun character. He's going to be an S. I'm not going to put him too high because I don't have as much fun with him. But I think I like him more than Hideyoshi. And I'm going to go right here. I'm going to go right below Nobunaga, above Mitsuhide. That feels right for me in terms of fun factor. How about that? Yoshihiro Shimazu. The hits keep coming. Increase attack, defense, Muso charge, a symbol gauge charge by 40% in danger zones. That's cool. It's nice to have, some extra oomph in those danger zones where people are attacking faster and you have to kill more of them. We get 5% attack for every Brave General emblem. Obviously, there's a ton of Brave Generals. This is a great scaling trait. Increase attack by 50% towards enemies with disorient. That's nuts. You're already with disorient, the wind effect, you're lowering their defense, and then you're doing bonus attack to them. It's really good. And then we're replenishing our health by 1% every 50 enemies defeated. That's also great. Okay, that's incredible because it's healing on Traversal 6. That's great. We love that. And then his possessions, starting with 2 vigor, is pretty cool. To be honest, it feels cool. Shimazu is worthless as a trait, an emblem. Brave General and Western Region are the ones that matter here. So Munashige, uh, Brave General with Hojo and Zheng Liao for attack options. Shimazu is just a very crunchy, fun character to use. His Charge 4 and Diversion 6 are similar moves, these just crazy, gigantic hammer swings that clear the entire phase. He's an underrated character. If you build Wind with him, he's going to delete the bosses. I haven't spoken a lot about his moveset, but it's really cool and very strong. It feels fun to play. He's not Boat Huang guy. I like him a little more than Date, though. So I think I'll go like this. He's very, very strong and survives, but his traits are not so crazy that he deserves to be way up here somewhere. So we're going to go S for Yoshihiro Shimazu. All right, we're on to Toyohisa. I always forget. I think it's his nephew, Yoshihiro Shimazu. It's not his son, it's his nephew. So he gets attack, defense, Muso charge, some effect by 80% in danger zones. Pretty wild. Applies flame attribute to normal attacks, just straight up, which is really nice. 40% attack towards level boss enemies, pretty cool. Attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds. We have to target to attack. That's pretty bad, but whatever. Vigor and Flame. Flame you can do Zhou Yu for attribute attack. That's about it though. Brave General and Western Region. He's the King Shield guy, so can't really get a lot from that. But we do have options for scaling on some of his stuff in his kit. Toyohisa, his Muso is pretty bad. The traits are fine. They're not excellent or anything. Having the flame is cool. But he's just got too much end lag with some of his moves. He's still good. It's one of those things. It's like he's a little forgettable for me in terms of design, but he is strong. I think I'm going to put him right here in A. And that just moved our stuff, so we'll take a look at that for a second here. But it's just one of those things. It's like you're going to get hit sometimes more often than you want to with him. And he doesn't have the healing that Yoshihiro does. So you kind of just have to deal with that. And is that good? I think it's not good enough to be S. So he's in A. All right, I'm going to keep shrinking the screen if I need to make sure you guys can see that row of people that's coming up next. I just think that's a really cool part that I always like watching with tier lists. So I'm going to keep shrinking the screen if I need to. So it is what it is. All right, we're going to go to Genshio Tachibana. Let's talk about it first, and then let's read her off first, and then we'll discuss the Genshio thing with Rogue Dubs, right? Muso gauge charge by 40% Tachibana emblem, which means once you have her, Munashige, and Zilawan, you're at 120% Muso charging. Increase bolt inlet by 50%, incredible. Attack by 50% towards enemies with shock, amazing. Increase attack by 3% for every bolt emblem. No other character has this amount of synergy in her traits. Let's keep going. Speed and bolt, it's okay. Zhang Liao, INA, we've discussed this before. Brave General, Flower of War, very, very good Western Region Torchbearer. Now, the thing with Tachibana is you're going to build for Lubu with this. That's just what you're supposed to do, is build a Lubu summon build, original Lubu, with Diao Chan and get Zheng Liao as well. And Rachel, I'm recounting the build that I had for the video, but that's what you do, right? I mean, that's what you do. And the synergies are such that you know what you're supposed to do the whole time. And once you start doing any of it at all, like when you get any bolt at all, you're off to the races, right? You're above the scaling of every phase, every boss. You are deleting them completely as long as you are keeping pace with bolt, which you will do once you know how the game works. And then as far as her move set goes, I mean, what's not to love, right? You do her charge 5. That's what you want to do first because she calls down lightning with her sword, and she then is applying bolts with her normal attacks. There's lightning striking the area, damaging people, and activating bolts on them. She has increased attack speed, and regular speed when she's enhanced like that. You do her charge 4, she's barreling through the enemy. You do her charge 3, it's a giant aura that blasts out and hits everybody. Uh, her diversion attacks become gigantic area of effect attacks. Further down you go in the chain. When you're doing her hyper attack, she's shooting a charge of electricity forward. Her voice actress is incredible. That's one of my favorite things about the character. She really goes in and I think represents the character very well. It's just one of those things. It's such a perfect synergy character in terms of her traits and her move set, and gives you such a clear, obvious thing to do that works so well. Uh, on top of all of my personal preference, she is going to be a god. We're going to put her right here below Zushu and above Diao Chan and the samurai gods. I think she's the stronger samurai god. Masuyuki is here in NYS, obviously, but the video proved it to me. I did the video trying to determine if I was going to do this, and I am. I mean, the bolt synergy and everything else with her move set. I'm not going to spend enough more time proving it, convincing you because it's my list and it's my character that I love. But she's a god. I mean, if you use this character and you just pick the bolt stuff, you're going to win. You're going to destroy. You're going to dominate, and that's what she does. So that's the definition of a god. So here she is, Lunashige Tachibana. Talk about its traits first. Increase attack by 15% for every Western region emblem. Increase a symbol gauge charge by 50% for 15 seconds every 1,000 consecutive hits. Those are both awesome. Okay, getting the attack for Western regions, getting a symbol gauge charge by 50% is pretty nuts, right? That helps you get that immediately. Replenishing health by 20% when you level up. That's a great counter to Traversal 6. And then we have an interrupt photograph attack trait. Don't look at it. It's fine. It can't hurt you. Strength and wind. So he's the guy I've been saying forever you can use for attack scalings. You can't use him for himself, right? But he does have Brave General and Flower of War in Western Region, which are all really nice for your attack scaling otherwise. Munishige is just such an emphatic character to use. He feels so fun. The way he just slams his shield, like the way he pulls the sword across before he slashes. They just really went in on his animations and made them feel chunky and powerful. And he can just destroy phases. He really can. I mean, his traits are also like fine. If his traits were any better, I would consider him for God as well. But as it is, we're going to do S for him. I think he's great, though. I love him more than here. I think he's that strong. Honestly, I think he's that strong, and I thought that when he first came out, but it's just been completely sealed for me at this point that he is. So we're going S for Munashige, and God for Genshio. Motochika Chosokobe increases attack by 80% each time you're revived. Very nice. 50% bonus skill emblems. We've talked about how amazing that is now. Revives when you reach health one time. Very, very nice having that with this revival trait. And then attack after 1,000 active hits. It's okay. You're going to get it a lot. It's fine. Skill and wind. So MYS is active. Potential for Zhang Fei, which you probably won't do, but whatever. Brave General and Western Region. Chosokobe, probably up there with Date as one of the most worthless emblems. Who knows why it's here? Maybe someday we'll get something that makes it make sense, but it is what it is. Um, the traits are just too good. The traits are too good. The revivals and the skill bonus. There's so much revival too now. You could put on Oichi as your companion. You could activate Oichi's unique tactic for two more revivals. You can have a revival record of sin. You can find revivals in Memories of the Dead. Uh, and his moveset is fun. It's good enough. It's fun enough. I don't think it's that fun. It's deserving of S. Is what I meant to say. It's deserving of S tier, but he's just not like a favorite character of mine in terms of the design. He's got to be an S, but I think I'm gonna do that. That feels right to me. All right, we're in S now. We're foreshadowing. We are in guest now. Let's talk about the Atelier girls to start with. Sophie is first. A symbol charge by 10% for the Flower of War emblem. It's insane. 50% wisdom, which is better now than we said. Now we've said that. Increased attack by 10%. Every independent emblem deals extra bolt damage to destroy enemy barriers. That's fine. Flame and bolt with independent Flower of War and talent. Very nice for scaling. Uh, you know, the Atelier girls, I'm going to. They're all S. I'm just going to tell you right now, they're all S. They're all amazing. Sophie's super fun. She drops bombs on people. Literally, she shoots like giant eggs out of somewhere. I don't know what those eggs are, but they're insane. Her Muso is incredible. They're all really fun and they're really good. So let's just start putting them at the top. I mean, straight up. I mean, they're so good. We'll put her there. Let's go to the next one. It's Ryza. She gets 15 bonus crystal saplings. Molecular for Flower of War to appear crystal saplings. It's just insane, right? That's an insane trait, especially now. Flower of War has so much power. 7% attack with the Flower of War emblem. Enemies explode when burned. Independent. Flower of War and talent. Same traits, but she's also probably, the most underrated of them. She's the one that can make it where all of them are summoned the Flowers of War when you summon her. So it's kind of a bummer to use her, but she's still great. She's really, really good. I'm gonna put her below my like fun people, but right here. But she's definitely an S. Moveset's very good. It's very strong. I mean, it just is. It's got huge range. She's like the power character of the three. But Rise is cool, man. She is. Yumiya, increased attack by 10% for every independent emblem. When you inflict disorient, causes an explosion that inflicts enemies with disorient. 50% bonus wind emblems, nuts. 30% attack for charged attacks for enemy barriers. Wind and slay. Independent, Flower of War, and she has Master Gunner instead of talent, which is it's honestly a balance thing because Yumiya for me is the strongest one because she has this bonus wind emblems, and her moveset is crazy too. Like she gets so many hits on people, like the way she stacks up damage so fast. I've had some of the strongest builds I've ever had with Yumiya, so I'm gonna put her here. I'll put her just ahead of Sophie. I think these people up here are still a little bit better, but I'll put her there. All right, let's get into the rest of the guests. But the Atelier Girls was like the first big update besides Jin that we got, and people were kind of like, "What is this game?" Like I remember I didn't even know what Atelier was until this update, but they're really good. All right, Ryo Hayabusa replenishes health by 1% after every 50 enemies defeated, increases total speed and by 70%. attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds after evading, increase your total vigor items by 70%, vigor, skill, 2 speed, independent, brave general, 3 shinobi. I mean, MYS is up here, INA is available. Uh, Ujiyasu Hojo, you're not going to need any of that. You're not going to need any of that. I mean, you know what's about to happen. We are going to actually grab Hayabusa, and he's going up here. He's going right there. I think Zoc is still the strongest character in the game. Zoc is the strongest character in the game, with the caveat that you have Book of Art of Concealment, which if you're using him, you're probably bringing treasury rolls with you through your companions. But Ryu Hayabusa getting 70% bonus speed and vigor, like those aren't very strong emblems, but having them is just crazy. Like getting guaranteed increased range, guaranteed free movement, and then all the evasions in the world, uh, replenishing health, defeating enemies. So you have healing already there in the kit. The move set is outrageous. Like his X attacks, he creates those black, blades that slash and slash and slash, and they just go on forever, and they just eviscerate bosses, phases, whatever. He flies all over the screen. His Muso is crazy. Like Zushu is a god because he's reminiscent of what this guy can do in the game. They did not fumble the bag at all by putting Ryu Hayabusa in the game. They made him feel very powerful, and arguably arguably the best character in the game. I'm not going to say that I'm right that Zoc is the best, but you could easily put Ryu Hayabusa over him. So that is what it is. INA. Increase attack by 7% for every shinobi emblem, replenishes health by 1% after every 50 enemies defeated, charges Muso when you inflict wound on enemies, a barrier with Sin Spear, don't look at it, don't look at it. Speed and Slay, Flower of War, Independent, and Shinobi. So it has some scaling there, obviously, Flower of War. We talked about all of that already. This is a character that really surprised me on the revisit because I haven't used her in so long. I used her when she came out on Traversal 4, and I thought, wow, this character's pretty cool, but I don't know if I really like her a whole lot. But her charge 5 it lasts forever. Like she just slashes and slashes and slashes, and she zigzags through the whole level almost. She has incredible movement speed and range while attacking. She could have been a god, to be honest. I mean, based on her, if her traits were better, I might have considered putting her in god. But she is S. With that attack, she deserves to be pretty high up. I'm gonna put her right here above Shibata, but not further than him. Okay, Rachel, make increased attack by 15%. Remind emblem. Defeat enemies, explode. Explosion when you throw projectiles, and replenishes health and leveling up. Those are all very nice. Vigor and Bolt, Independent, Brave General, Flower of War, and Might. The Might is kind of not used here because she's the person who gives Might characters their attack, although you can get barrier damage with Yoshihiro Shimazu now that I'm thinking about it. She's fine. I remember thinking when she came out and using her, I was the least impressed with Rachel of the Ninja Gaiden characters. She just stands still a little bit too much, and then sometimes when she does move with some of her attacks, you can't really control her movement. Like just this like backflip one, and you could easily backflip into danger into an attack by accident. Her Muso is insane; it's nuts, but just a little bit too much lag on her attacks. She's still going to be an A for sure, but I think I'll go right here for Rachel. That feels right to me. I just kind of looked at that spot and I like that. So we're going to stick with that for Rachel in A. Momiji, increased number of heroes and crystal saplings by 1. Very nice. Restores 10% of your health start of each battle each phase. Very good for Traversal 6. We have the explosion when we destroy enemy barriers. Very nice. Like we talked about, every enemy has like a tiny barrier that's not really there. So if you destroy it, they all just explode regardless. Restack by 30% for charge attacks for enemy barriers. Very nice. Speed and Flame, Independent, Flower of War. These are okay. Her emblems are not that great. compared to the other Hayabusa characters for attack scaling. But having said that, I was very impressed with Momiji on the revisit. She's got very nice movement speed. She starts at 151 base movement speed, which is crazy. Her charge attacks are outrageous. They last forever. The explosions on the barriers being destroyed is so good. She clears phases very, very quickly. This is a character that makes the game feel easy and makes the game feel fun, in my opinion. She deserves to be in S. I like her quite a bit. I think I'm going to go right here and not past the fun tier, but highest for me, just based on how much range she has with her attacks. She deserves to be this far up in S. Here's the one. Okay. Makes it impossible for you to be confused by illusions during missions. We'll get to that. The player will be affected by all unique tactics as if they are in possession of relevant emblems. We'll discuss that too. Interrupting telegraph attacks, who cares? And then 2% attack for each different type of special emblem you have, which I think they're referring to special emblems meaning Josakobe, Date, all that stuff, which is cool. Vigor, skill, and charm, and then very efficient, independent, brave general, flower of war. Very nice. A lot of synergy with that. So Zillawan, the impossibly be confused by illusions during missions. I personally don't think I've noticed it before. It's fine. I mean, the thing that it matters for is when they do the like find the one that's not a like find the real guy. And I mean, it's like it's okay, whatever. But so player hero will be affected by unique active unique tactics if they were in possession of relevant emblems. I think they made this more clear than it was before. But what this means is, if you are using Zillawan and you have Sun Ce, who is Wu, who gives barrier damage to Wu, and you have that unique tactic active, you've gotten what you need for Sun Ce's unique tactic to be active. You can use it on Zillawan. It will be active as if he was relevant for that unique tactic. So, with Zillawan, his charge 3 is Earth Blast. Do I need to say anymore? He's a god. He's going here, man. I mean, his charge 3 is Earth Blast, the strongest unique tactic in the game. Once you have his X attacks, so I mean, I think for Zillawan, you just put on Origins Loop as your companion. If you want to clear content fast, just do that. Um, and then the thing with his Musos, where depending on what weapon you have out, it does a different attack with that Muso. It's so cool, something unique that they have not done before. He's just insane. He's insanely strong. The Earth Blast is nuts. You can build whatever you want and still clear any phase that you want. You can do whatever you want to, and the unique tactics will be active for him. You can kind of just take whatever you want at the start, make a build that you think will be cool, and just go. Definitely one of the strongest characters in the game, without question. Zhang Zhao Origins, also known as Handsome Zhang Zhao. You could also say Daddy Zhang Zhao. I don't suggest such a thing, though. All right, let's look at his traits. Increases total charm elements by 50%. You know how we feel about that. We get 2 crystal beads from the start. Incredible. Increased attack by 10% every independent emblem. Amazing. A symbol gauge charge by 50% for every yellow turban emblem. As we've discussed, if you find Zillawan in your run, he will be Yellow Turban because that's your main emblem. And then if you run Zhang Zhao as your companion to get a treasure reroll as well, you are going to have 150% a symbol charging. Wisdom and 2 charm, independent and talent, ruler. It doesn't really matter. Okay, this guy, his moveset is awesome. He summons the rocks. He does Muso attacks. All of his attacks feel like they're X attacks or Muso attacks. His traits are amazing. Some of the best traits in the entire video game. He's a god. We're gonna put him below. I think below Masayuki might be right, but I really don't know, to be honest. He could be further up here, but he's awesome. I mean, and this kind of makes sense with the DLC to me that they would have multiple gods because it was worked on for so long, and these characters are meant to be boss level characters. So it is what it is. He's a god. I'm sorry. He's way too strong, and his traits are way too good. You can do whatever you want as far as the symbol goes. Independent is a clear path to scaling, and then having two crystal beads is just nuts. Just money, just icing on the cake too. Dongjua origins increase total vigor emblems by 50%, increase total attack by 8% for a vigor emblem, decreases defense by 4% for a vigor emblem, defense by 10% for a Dongjua emblem, charges Muso when inflicted burn on enemies, 2 vigor, 1 charm, might, brave general, very nice. Dongjua army, so Lu Linchi would give him barrier damage. So let's talk about Dongjua origins. Obviously, the power is there. The issue is that you cannot save yourself. The 10% defense for Dongjua Army. Dongjua Army is such a rare emblem. It's really hard to negate because you're going to be really tempted to keep taking bigger emblems, which is like how you're meant to play it, right? You're meant to do the glass cannon thing. You're meant to exploit his gigantic attack range. This guy has some of the strongest attacks in terms of range and power in the whole game. Uh, he's very very strong. There's just too much downside with losing the defense, and then he doesn't have enough to make up for the defense loss. He's going to be an S, but right here, like right below Guan Yu. You know, um, I mean, he's almost a god, like so close, but that defense down, even though it's an essential part of his character, of his build, and I get it, it just drops him down to S. It is what it is. He's oh no, he's the third best character in S tier, really the second best. And last, but definitely not least, is Lubu Origins. Makes defeated enemies explode, dealing enemies damage to nearby enemies. It's the same thing as Lubu. It's very cool. Withstanding attacks that deplete health to 0 by consuming your Muso gauge. I haven't seen this in action because the one time that I went to 0, I had a revival and it used that first. But I assume it works just fine. Increase attack by 9% for every Brave General emblem. And then Muso gauge gain by 50% if you have the red hair treasure. Very interesting. 2 vigor, skill, and speed. Lubu army, brave general, might. Those are the relevant scaling things. Lu Linchi, um, brave general, might with Rachel. Good scaling options, not really what you're concerned about at all with Lubu Origins because you're concerned about nothing with Lubu Origins, as you would expect. He's up here. He's in the gods. I prefer I prefer default Lubu to Lubu Origin just because default Lubu has invincibility on a lot of his attacks. His traits are a little bit better too, in my opinion. The Muso charge gain with Origin Lubu, it's just like, really? Just give him the attack again, you know? Another thing with Lubu Origins is some of his attacks, like the charge 3, where he like dives across the entire area and it blows up. It's really strong, obviously, but it's so fast and it covers ground so quickly that you'll often like charge into an attack by accident. It doesn't really matter, but it's enough to be like, it's kind of silly. You know, I mean, his attacks are obviously insane. They're nuts. I mean, he does whatever he wants. He's the server admin when he's on the field. Obviously, he's the best companion in the game, which is how we're ranking these. But if you use him, just use War God Cry over and over again, he'll just kill everyone. It's incredible. Obviously deserving of a god status. We're just going to put him right behind Lubu. This is it. This is the full tier list. I have made all adjustments I wanted to. I am proud of the list here. I think I was honest and also, let my play style shine through, which you obviously have noticed, I would imagine. Make sure that you have liked this video if you enjoyed it or learned something. Gosh, I hope you did if you made it this far. It's going to be a long one. I'm not sure. I haven't edited it yet, but it's going to be a long one. Subscribe as well. Obviously, this took a lot of effort. We have other things coming out that are going to take this much effort and possibly even more in the future. Other games we want to play as well. Obviously, comment down below anything that you think I really messed up on or something I missed, something you agree with a lot, something that you thought was surprising or interesting about one of my takes on the characters or my takes on the game. Love to hear from you. And if you skipped to the end, you have to go back to the beginning. Now, that's your warning. You have to. Don't just look at the end, look at the explanations. All right, guys, I'm going to call it here, but thanks for the support. We'll see you next time. Hope you enjoyed it. Bye.